And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV WardiTV Monday number 61, your weekly dose of WardiTV StarCraft, as this is something a little bit different, not a live cast but a replay broadcast. Bearing in mind that this was last week's WardiTV Monday. We were supposed to cover it last week on Thursday, then Friday, then Saturday, then Sunday. We just didn't get the replays. We didn't get the replays in time, unfortunately, but now we have them. Now we have them, and now we can catch up. It does mean that we have a bit of a backlog. It means that we have a backlog of number 61 and number 62 as well, but we will eventually catch up. We do have a backlog of events to cover when it comes to WardiTV Mondays, when it comes to Kung Fu Cups as well. We should be getting through them throughout the course of the week. As of course, this is the second broadcast of the day. We were live earlier this morning with the Pig Star Cup. We did actually finish that 4 hours ago, so was able to get some food and get everything ready for the next broadcast. And here we go. Here we are, back-to-back broadcasts here. And first up, we do have a TVZ between Reynor and Cure. Let's go, baby. Let's go. ZVT is going to be ahead of us here. Best of 3. This is going to be a round of 16 match. Funada the seeding, by the way. Wardy, he has a unique seeding process where he only seeds the top 4 players of the tournament. Outside of that, just random. He just randomizes, and bam, as a result, there sometimes are events like this that take place where we have some of the best players in the world facing off in the first round. Oh boy, I mean, it makes for really good matches in earlier rounds. That is true. The players aren't too fond of it, but it's all good, Pappy, because we're here to cover them. Let's go. It just means we get more high-level StarCraft. Let's go. As game 1 is going to be on Mothership. So we're jumping into our initial series, our initial best of 3. Bearing in mind we have 5 series before us. It's going to be the round 16 match, followed by the quarterfinals, then both semis, and then the grand finals thereafter. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is a Cure. And spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. And of course, due to the fact that this is a replay cast, no gamma time, no predictions in the chat, not at all. So we're getting into our initial TVZ, and welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, top left, and bottom side as well. And we'll see how Reynor will approach this. Bearing in mind that this series is Reynor taking place, he's competing from Korea, so no ping is going to be involved here. Both players are in the same region. Reynor, of course, did go to Korea to compete in the RSL qualifiers. Bearing in mind that the last chance qualifiers are going to be in December 13th. So Reynor, he is in Korea to compete in said event, likewise also to compete in RSL as well. Last his RSL run did end a little bit prematurely. It did end earlier. I think he made it to top 6, I want to say top 6 and not top 5, but last was shut down. And we'll see if he can redeem himself here in this ZVT. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Reynor, and a Cure opening up 2 racks Reaper over on the left hand side. So hyper aggression here out of Cure is going to be opening up with his Reapers, is going to be applying pressure, and we'll see if he can find Reynor to begin with. Bearing in mind it is a 3-player spawn map, and currently they are unaware of each other's spawn location. Oh boy. Unaware. So we are settling in. Likewise, Reynor, he's going to be checking top right. We'll soon confirm that Cure is nowhere to be found, and we'll see if Cure can find some damage with these Reapers. Bearing in mind that initially these Reapers, their goal is to deny the third base. Deny the third base, contain the Zerg player on 2 bases for as long as possible. But if he doesn't scout, then yeah, there we go. So he's going to veer off. So we have the SCV towards the left, we have the Reaper towards the top right-hand side instead, looking for Reynor. Eventually we'll find him, but again, it does mean that this aggression is going to be weakened. It's going to be lessened because Cure is scouting in the wrong location. So really rough start. Reynor, he just expands. He just expands, just takes his own 3rd expansion. The Reaper now does pivot back around, and that means that they will fail to deny the 3rd, and the pressure's on Cure. He has to get some damage done with this. Bearing in mind this does delay the CC, this does mean this follow-up is going to be a 3 ranks. Hyper aggressive follow-up here, going for a very strong stim timing is Cure. Very strong stim timing on the horizon here. So head on over. Reapers that do poke in. They poke in, they're going to be zoned away. We have a 3rd Reaper on the way, and behind this going for a 4 rack. Oh my god. Cure, he's committing even harder. Going up to 4 racks, is hyper committing here on 2 bases. Going into a massive bio move out, and we'll see if Reynor can catch wind of what's going on. So far, Reapers, they dive in, they get 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Very nice damage so far. Yeah, Reynor, he will corner the Reapers, he at least tries to, but the Reapers, they do pull away, they get behind the mineral line. Nice KDA charge, and the Queen will barely knock at the Reaper. It barely does not. So nice damage. Despite the fact that Cure scattered very late, despite the fact that Cure failed to deny the expansion, he gets 4 drone kills. So a nice start for Cure, keeps the Reapers alive, and behind this is amassing his Marines and working towards them. Meanwhile, Reynor, he pulls out. Reynor pulls out of gas. Just getting link speed. From here, he will catch one of the Reapers. Yeah, one Reaper does go down. Comes in for the surround. And with that, the Reapers are all full. They get cleaned up. Reynor holds. In the end, did lose 7. Yes, 7 drones that go down. That was well worth it for Cure. It does also mean, though, that he won't have Reapers to support his main army, so the main army is going to be a little bit weaker here, but he does slow down Reynor, as Reynor is attempting to re-drone and so far has not caught wind of what's going on. Checking the vision, Reynor, he's aware of the 2 racks, that's true, but he doesn't know if it's a 2-on-1, 3 racks, 4 racks, 3 CC, 2-on-1. Reynor has no idea. He's poking and trying to catch wind. Does spot some Marines. We have more Marines hidden in the main base, trying to deny any kind of Overlord scouts. And Reynor is droning. Reynor, he's droning, he's saturating, getting up towards 2, soon to be 3 base saturation, at least mineral-wise. Is going for a Roach Warren defense, so very safe play here by Reynor. I'm a little bit surprised. I do know that Reynor, he's not very fond of playing Roaches, so is a bold move here by, is a very safe move here by Reynor, something that I didn't quite expect, but it is going to keep him a little bit safer. He now has an answer to the sim timing. He has an answer. As for now, he is keeping an eye on the Marines. Does spot them, does pull away. Secure, he is keeping. Stim is finishing up. Behind this, Reynor is getting a safety amount of Roaches. We have 4 Roaches on the way. Lings, they move out for a counterattack. And here comes Cure. Pushing right down the center. Reynor picks up, spots the army, he knows. Yeah, does spot the army. He can't quite engage head on, has to buy some time, does catch 2 Marines, 3 even. So 3 Marines go down, nice pickup. Rest of the bio army is moving in. You can see Reynor getting ready to look down the army. He has Roaches amassing as we speak. And as time goes on, it's getting better for Reynor. And Cure, he's missed his window. Yeah, he's missed his timing. If he had gotten across the map unscouted, different story, and if there was no Roach Warren either, but now with Roaches, now with Creep, now with the scouting, Cure, he pulls away. Cure does pull away. Behind this, we do have the factory and starport. This does look like a 2-base all-in, no 3rd CC. No 3rd CC in sight. He's working towards Medivacs to support his army, to allow himself to stim a little bit more freely. Nice catch. Picks off a decent chunk of Lings. Picks off a handful of Zerglings. Doesn't get much more than that. Roaches have still been amassing. Oh. So Reynor bleeds out even more Zerglings. Remember, there are no Ravagers or no Banelings. But the Roach count is building up. And Reynor is cutting workers at just under 3 base saturation. Cuts workers at 60. Cure's still looking for another way in, but again, he has not been able to reinforce in quite some time. But here come the Medivacs. Okay. Medivacs are making their way across. Marines, they still haven't really found any real damage, aside from shaving off some Lings. Cure making his way into the main. Reynor, he's distracted. Job comes in. And Reynor here flex the main army. Double drop into the main base. Lings are racing back home. And does Reynor react in time? Yeah, he does. Does pull back. He'll bleed out a lot of Roaches though. It's going to be 3, 4, 5 Roaches getting picked up. And the Queen. Not a bad trade in the main base. At the same time, Marines, they do rush forward. They break through the Roaches. They're getting into the mineral line. And Reynor, he's being pulled apart. The Roaches will clean this up, but how much is he going to lose? Nice target firing at the Cure. Gets 12 drones. 12, 13 drones go down. Jumps back in over towards the 4th base. Reynor does survive. Did bleed out a lot of drones. But there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, yes, that was some nice damage. On the other hand, though, Cure, he's been on 2 bases this entire time. 3rd CC is just now landing, just now getting up and running. But again, it's a very late 3rd base for Cure. Cure does move out. Still very heavily Marine reliant. He's heavy on the Marines. He's making his way towards the 4th base. Now, if he can kill the 4th base here, if he can delay Reynor and keep him on 3 bases, then Cure can recover. Speaking of, here he comes. Here comes the stim. He dives in. Roach is somewhat in position. The hatchery is going to go down. Nice pickup. Takes down the base. And get pick up. He just fights head on. There we go. Loads up into the main base. There are some units in position to defend. But Lings are cleaned up. Roaches will fall, and Cure, he breaks in. He at least tries to, but last Reynor, he buys time. Reynor reinforces, and Reynor holds. And now we have a back and forth here. Reynor, he's on a decent drone count, but he's long distance mining. Right? He's long distance mining. It's got workers that are idle as well. He's not mining efficiently. Cure, he's got his own 3rd base up and running. 4th CC is on the way, and Cure, he's building up into a greater army. Now with Marauders. Marauders, 2-2 concussive shell, tanks. Cure, he's building up a formidable force. Earlier it was only just harass. But now building up something more substantial. As Reynor, he attempts to double expand, but the base is denied. Again, these expansions, they're so spread out. At least some of them. There's still the center base, which is a little bit closer here that Reynor could try to maintain. Set fire Curies all over him. Keeping Reynor busy, denying creep. And Reynor, he's attempting to switch into Ling Bane or a Travager. +1 melee on the way, with Bailing's speed on the way. He's getting there. Hive is done. He'll soon have an answer to all these medevacs. Vipers are on the way. That's going to be the anti-air for Reynor, with parabombs, with abductions. But when it comes to head-on fight, at least currently, I do favor the Terran. Cure is pushing. Again, he has a comparable army size. And Reynor still is lacking Bailings. Bailing's speed is still not yet done. And without Bailing's speed, I don't know if he can actually engage. Now, thankfully for Reynor, Cure, his army split, right? He's got a double drop on the top side, double drop towards the main. His main army is moving in, but it's how much weaker as a result. Bailing speed is still not yet done. Cure stims in. Ace stims in. He should deny the Bailings. Does force a cancel, and this base will go down for a 2nd time. And Reynor just cannot expand. That'll be a kill in the hatchery. Reynor going for a massive counterattack. Back at home, there are some reinforcements. Ooh, but he will lose SCVs. That's a lot of SCVs going down. At the same time, here come the Vipers. Nice flying clouds. Ooh, Bailey's they crash in. Decent connections. Yeah, they're connected to the Mayu. There's still a lot of Marauders left over. And Curie stemming in. Pushing on the top side as well. Snipes the Bailing nest. How many Bailings? 0. Wow. 0 Bailings. And that might just be the kill move here. No more Bailings to morph in. Viper, sure, they're up and running, but they can't really do much either. What can they support? They can parabomb. Tank volley's going off. Reynor, he should at least hold here. Takes down the tanks. Nice splits here by Cure. For the main spot. Oh, there we go. Does split, does pull away. And Curie's on 4 bases. He has a 4th. Reynor stuck on 3. And Reynor's just being outscaled. He's just being outscaled. He just cannot keep up. Not economically, not production-wise either. He can't keep up with the Terran. Curie, he's getting out of hand. He's going to snowball out of control. And even though the opener was lackluster, and even though the early bio timing didn't really do anything, it was trading against Lings more than anything, what's important though is that Cure, he denied the fourth. Time and time again. Reynor just never was able to expand, and eventually Cure took his own third. It took a while, but eventually he got there. Took his own third base, now he's on 4 bases, now again he's just excelling and exceeding here, Reynor in almost every aspect. Something that Reynor has is we have +3 carapace on the way, we have Infestors and Ultras on the way as well. This is a way to recover. If we're heavily reliant on spellcasters, then we can Fungal, we can Powerbomb, we can Blinding Cloud. There's potential here with Reynor's spellcaster army, but again, the support is it's lacking. Still not much army to work with. There we go, okay, we'll let a Fungal. Nice free splits. Fungal on a couple of units here, but nothing major. Bailey trying to roll in. Nice splits, nice spread here by Cure. Denies the 4th base for a 3rd time. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the 3rd. There's 1 Fungal left. Does land. Decent Fungal, but are there enough Bailings? Mercury splits. The Bailing connections are good. We get some good connections, but alas, there's still too much left over. Roaches are going down. Morling Bane is going down. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cure, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Reynor just had a very hard time expanding and really recognizing that Cure wasn't all in. I think that's what a lot of it came down to, is that Cure, he was hyper committed and was all in to begin with on 2 bases, and we saw that Reynor was taking it very seriously. He cut workers early, he massed up his own Roach Ling. Problem is that eventually Cure did decide to expand and was working on a 3rd base and was building up economically, whereas Reynor, he was stuck and he fell behind. He eventually tried to take his own 4th, but he could not maintain it. He was lacking crease spread, lacking map control, and because of the Marauding Marines, the 4th base was denied multiple times there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cure takes the lead in the series. Now we're loading into game number 2, going to be loading into 10,000 feet. Let's go. Zerglings working around Marines in the middle of a space platform. That's pure StarCraft. True, true. Not wrong. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. We go. As the players are setting up. Settling in. This time we do have a standard open out to Cure. Last game was 2 Rax Reaper. This time we go for a Rax Expand. So calming things down. It makes sense. Here on this map it is more difficult for Reapers to actually rotate between the natural and the 3rd base and the other 3rd base as well, and try to contain and deny. Just because of the terrain. Getting into the main base is more of a journey here and is more isolated. The entrance, I mean. The Reaper Cliff. So from here we're calming down, and welcome to 10,000 feet. At 10,000 feet, it is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Doesn't necessarily have a shorter rush distance, but does have more exposed bases, and we do see a lot of action because that it can be very difficult to defend and to maintain these fringe expansions. The base on the right, the base on the left, the center expansions as well can be difficult to hold on to, and that leads into a lot more trades, a lot more of a dynamic back and forth. So far, 10,000 feet has not disappointed. Not disappointed. Now we have our standard openers. SCV scattered across the map. Gets eyes on the hatch first. So now Cure does break in. Pokes in. Threatens a mineral line, shouldn't get much done here, and Reynor can soon expand. I say that, but the SCV is on patrol. One drone goes down. That should not have happened. One drone does fall. Can he get two? Oh no! Oh, two drone kills. Ay. Can we get three? No shot. Does force a spore, but again, this is getting out of hand. This should not be getting this much damage. Two drones. Queen is off of creep. Can we get a third? The drones are getting low. Reaper does pull out. Thankfully, there's a queen in position. Reynor, he does not save the drone. 3 drone kills. Oh my god, that is crazy. 3 drone kills, and we have an SCV here on patrol, ensuring that Reynor cannot expand. So a delayed third base from Reynor. Likewise, he's got 3 dead workers as well. Finally, Reynor can now freely expand. Gets his own third base at the 318 mark. And Cure so far looking solid. Very comfortable start. Behind this is going for a third CC before starport, so standard economic follow-up here out of Cure. I would say that after achieving all this damage, the Cure could even go for an earlier timing, but for now it's playing standard. Standard, getting his third CC. It's building up. Silence, they poke in, they pull away. We're calming down. We do have our third CC being landed on location. Likewise, we have our Banshee opener behind us into Cloak Banshee even. So Curie's being active. He's got his Hellions, he's got his Banshees, and we'll see if Reynor can keep up. It's been a very rocky start here for Reynor. Very rocky. Very shaky. But we'll see if we can tighten up coming in towards the mid game. Is going to be shut down. At least let's confirm the Banshees. And likewise confirms the Bio follow-up. This is crucial just because Cure, he is known to mix in mech. Like, he is known to mix in mech against Zerg and against Protoss alike. So speaking of, as if on cue, we do have factories on the way. I believe we just had some cancellation on some Raxes. So crazy move by Cure. The Raxes get scouted, he cancels and goes into mass factory into double armory. He's meching it up. This is a crazy transition here from Cure, and we'll see if this pays off. Oh boy. But again, Cure, he is known for this, which is why Reynor scouted. And again, he saw Raxes. He believes it's Bio. Banshees, they pick up a couple of transferring workers. Hellions, they don't find a way in. Rotates over. So far 7 drone kills. Jesus. 7, 8, 9, 10 drones going down to 2 Banshees so far. A very strong follow-up here out of Cure. He's just all over Reynor with the Reapers, with the Banshees. Behind this going into Battlemech. The follow-up is a little bit concerning to me in the sense that Battlemech is not as strong as it once was. Especially on 10,000 feet, I would not have been opposed to a more traditional form of mech, going heli and tank. Going heli and tank and just walling up and setting up on 4 bases, taking the center expansion and making use of this terrain and making use of the cliff face. Like, I can see that working here. But Cure instead going into battle mech, which I'm a little bit less convinced by, but it's getting there. Ooh, Cyclones get scouted. He sees. Ah, that should not have happened. Cure, he was unable to deny the block, deny the scouts. We have roaches on the way. We have Alienness, Infestation Bit as well. Reynor, he saw the Cyclone. He knows it is mech. 100% at this point. And he already had the Roach Warren. Aliens, they do pick in. A couple workers. Blue Flame is now done. Lings, they attempt to engage. Aliens, they break out. To break out, we have more Hellion Cyclone amassing. And we'll see if Cure can make this work. So let's pick in. Picks in, catches an Overlord. Does pull away. Hooks in, pulls away. We have our safety infestors in production here for Reynor. He, for the, I mean, things are slowing down. Things are slowing down. Reynor is able to build up to 87 workers, build up more expansions. The battle mech so far hasn't really achieved too much. He's been able to poke in and deny creep, but we haven't actually seen a committed push onto creep here. So Reynor has gotten away with droning and stabilize. And now we're maxing out. A lot of this will come down to the infestors. Will come down to the fungals. Can Reynor lock down the army? At the same time, Cure, it looks like he's just trying to deny as much creep as possible. He even has a Raven with the army as well. He's got two Ravens. Okay, he's got two Ravens. One which each force. Cure going for the hatchery. Rotates on the left-hand side. Ling's getting ready for the surround. Here come the Fungals. Yeah, Fungal does land on the Cyclones. Cyclones are getting caught. Here come the chain Fungals. Forcing the fight. And Reynor should clean this up. Okay, he will clean this up. Once all the Hellbats go down, Lings, they collapse in for the surround. The Cyclones, they should not escape. And they won't. Okay, they don't get away. Nice clean up here by Reynor. He did lose an expansion, but that base didn't really matter as much. As Reynor is maxed. And building up into... oh, into Brood Lords. Okay. It's getting into his Greater Spire. Goes on the horizon. Again, this is still very much so on a knife's edge. We can see that Curie's already transitioning out of this in towards the tank production. His first set of tanks are on the way. So he's still getting there. But again, he does have to get out of battle mech. Hellions, they attempt to rotate over. This once again zoned away. How many infestors do we have? 7. Okay, 7 infestors. Cure, he's just never pushing onto creep. He is denying the 5th base at least. Sorry, that's the 6th expansion. Reynor, he's still building out that bank. Connects, going for the neural, okay. Does focus on the Raven, nice pickup. As more Fungals are landing. Bailey's, oh my god, the Wilds connect. Bailey's, they crash in as well. Another worst trade here from Reynor. Landing another Fungal. Oh my god. Catching out all the Hellbats. Lings, they come in from behind. Again, really patient play out of Reynor. Loving the surround here. Cleans up everything. And time again, we've seen this twice now. Reynor, he does keep all of his Lings at bay. He waits for the Hellbats to be cleaned up, and then he commits. Again, very patient with these Lings. And with that, Cure, he's down to 2 tanks. He's down to 2 tanks, 2 Cyclones, handful of Hellions. Cure, he plummets in supply, and Reynor counterattacks. It does go for a massive counterattack. Lings, they flood in towards the bases. They catch one of the reinforcing tanks. Tank goes down, Lings into the mineral line. SCVs cannot escape. And Cure is being pulled apart. Like, one bad fight, and it wasn't just a bad fight, he lost everything. Previous engagement. More fungals are landing. Cleans up the Cyclones. Tanks are on their own. These are just brutal losses here for Cure. He cannot afford this. Losing 1, 2, 3 more tanks. At the same time, Cure lost the forward expansion. Planetary went down. 26 SCV kills. And Reynor's done it. And again, Cure, he was just stuck on Battle Mech for too long. Not just that though, like Cure, he wasn't able to achieve anything. He was denying the 6th expansion time and time again, but that was it. He was not touching the 4th, not touching the 3rd, the 5th base even. He wasn't able to deal any meaningful damage. And again, props to Reynor for his engagements, for his surrounds. Being so patient with his Lings. Being so attentive here to his fights. And with that, Reynor, he has done it. He has broken the back of Cure. Again, Cure, he had such a strong start as well. Cure with the Banshee harass, with the Reaper harass. GG gets called. Reynor ties up the series. And we're going to the ace match. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, I can see a world where this could have been a 2-0. Cure's decision going to mech was an interesting one. If you remember, he cancelled. He cancelled his Raxes. He threw down the factory after the Overlord Scout was denied, and then he started his road to mech, but it took so long to get going. And remember, Reynor scouted. Later on with the Link Scout, he was able to get eyes on the Cyclones. There would be no reason to have Cyclones at that stage of the game, so Reynor, he confirmed the mech, he got ready with mass roaches, and as a result, every time that Cure attempted to push onto creep, there was always a roach army waiting for him, and he never did, right? He never was able to deny any real bases, deal any meaningful economic damage, at least not in the mid game, and GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match. Getting into game 3, going to be loading into Winter Madness. And again, I'm a little bit surprised that Cure did commit into Battle Mech the way that he did as well, considering that it is, you know, a diminished version of it. We haven't seen too much success with Battle Mech, and that trend continues. As we're loading into game 3 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. We go. So we are going to be opening up. So far, so good. Once again, we have the high ground setup here, so Cure is not going to Rax Reaper, he's going to Rax Expand. And Reynor likewise going for his own hatch gas pool. We'll see if he does cut corners and go for a gasless opener, for example. But nah, playing standard. Is opting to play standard instead. And welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rush distance by ground, more defensive 3rd and 4th expansions. With this, it's going to be easier here for the Terran player to build up and to build up on 3 and 4 bases themselves and get in towards the mid and late game. But we'll see how Cure will approach this. We've already seen mech. I would have liked to have seen mech here instead of the last game, to be honest. But I can't imagine he's going to go mech 2 games in a row, so we should be seeing some bio play instead. But we'll see how the early game goes for him. Again, the early game was so solid for Cure in game number 2. He had gotten so much damage, but he was just so passive in the follow-up. Again, the battle mech didn't really achieve any damage. There we go. There we go. Initially, we have our Reaper breaking in. So far, getting a Zergling. Ooh, getting a drone as well. Thankfully, not 3 drones like last game, but does get a drone. From here, pulls away. Behind this, third CC before Starport. Economic follow-up here by Cure. Oh, and Reynor goes for the low ground expansion. Okay. I was not quite expecting that. Does expand on the low ground. And we'll keep an eye on the follow-up here. Remember last game there was mechs, so that's going to be in the back of our minds. It shouldn't be, but technically it could be once again. Reynor does drone up. Again, just a really interesting third base location. We'll see if we can get away with it. Quick breaks in. Doesn't get a drone kill. Does soften up some of those roaches, sorry, some of those drones, but they do survive. Oh, did I speak too soon? Not quite. So no drone kills here from the Hellions. More Hellions are amassing. Cure, I'm sure he's tempted. Tempted to dive. Bypasses the Queens. Lings are in position. And nice flank. Nice around, but Hellions, they still break in. Oh no, the drones are lighting up. Gets one volley, gets another. So far, 3 drone kills, and thankfully, oh god, gets up to 7 towards the end. One more volley, 8 drones go down. Not bad. Curie did throw away 4 Hellions for that, 4 Hellions and a Reaper. Ooh, but he gets surrounded. And Reynor holds. Reynor, he does hold on. Clean up the Hellions. And this time, Bio. 2 more Raxes. This time, no mech. They have a second and third Rax on the way, so building up into Bio, working towards Stim eventually. Cure, he will lose map control, and now Reynor can freely spread creep. Freely drone up, but getting his 4th base as well. Because of the 3rd base he's opting to take, because he did expand towards his opponent, that means the creep is going to be able to launch much more freely across the map. That means that the lack of Hellions here, the lack of map control is going to be hurting that much more for Cure. So much more meaningful start here for Reynor. He shuts down the Hellions, and that means he can freely spread creep across the map. Spreading that creep. Behind this, Reynor setting up for his 1-1, going for the later lair. As the Banshee does get a couple of drone kills. 4 drones so far. Banshees this time they don't get anywhere near as much damage. Poke in, they pull away. It's 1 more. 5 in total. And the Banshees, they race back home. They pull back. Oh, Reynor rushing into the infestation pits. Okay, so Reynor, he's going to be skipping, if not entirely delaying, or delaying, if not entirely skipping, Hydras. So going from Lingbane in towards Ultra Tech. So Lingbane Ultra out of Reynor. The downside of this build, of course, is lack of anti-air. He has no Hydras, he has no Spire, no Mutas, for example, no Corruptors. So drop play can be even more impactful here. And thankfully, Reynor is getting a safety Bane Nest. There is a build that Reynor has been very fond of where he skips Banelings and he goes just straight to Ling into Ultra, and it's been having some very mixed results. Sometimes he can get away with it, but majority of more often than not, he has been punished. So thankfully, safety Baneling S Baneling speed is on the way. As Cure does poke in. Loads up to reinforce, is making his way towards the towards the fourth base. Wings are coming in from behind. No defensive Banelings. Queens are trying to buy some time. One Queen does go down. Lings are collapsed in, and nice positioning with the Hellbats, but only 2 Hellbats. Yeah, only 2. And with that, Reynor he will hold. Shuts down the army. Imagine this push, but instead of 2 Hellbats, 6. If you recall, 4 Hellbats went down at the beginning of the game, and typically those Hellbats, if they're preserved, they can actually bolster this army quite heavily by adding 4 extra Hellbats. The last Cure was cleaned up. Let's get a Queen. And Reynor will shut this down. Force to pick up. Forces back Cure. Cure getting into his own bio mine. Not going to tanks. This will be ideal against Pureling Bane. And here comes the Hive. Here comes the Ultra Cavern. Remember, Reynor, it's all about defending. Just defend, just survive until Ultra Tech. That's going to be Reynor's big power spike. Lings, they peel off into the mineral line. That's going to be a lot of dead SCVs. Oh my god, he's got 17! 18 dead SCVs. Curie turns everything back around, and he was woefully underprepared here at the 3rd. That is insane damage. 18 SCV kills. Curie, he had to turn everything back around. And the creep is spreading, and the Hive is done. The Hive is complete. We have initially Vipers on the way. So 4 Vipers, Adrenal Glands. Reynor is maxing out, gathering energy. The Vipers still need a little bit more time. And Reynor, he's already set up for the surround. Oh my god, Jesus. He comes in for the full 360. Cleans up the tanks, the Marines, they do nothing. Oh, Queens, they will be harassing. There's that Ultra Cavern that we did speak on. Ultra Cavern's on the way. Queens, they will defend against the Banshees. And Reynor's looking very comfortable, just getting to 3-3 upgrades. Ultra Cavern as well. Curie's stuck at home. He lost his mineral line earlier. The one thing keeping Reynor back, of course, is the lack of creep, the lack of active tumors. Yeah, there's one active tumor here in the center. Queens, now they move out to spread creep.
Our forces are under attack.
But Reynor, he has been late with this. He's been lacking. He just commits. Yeah, he just commits across the map instead. Lings once again into the mineral lines. Line shot's going off. Lings, they bust in. Looks like one base will fall. Oh, Viper's under fire as well. Curie's committed. He's all in. At this one, he's all in. We have Lings in the main, Lings in the natural, Lings at the third base as well. Oh my god! Banelings, they smash into the army. GG gets called. Curie, he has nothing left. And Reynor, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Reynor. He will claim the series. Cure here in game 3, he was holding his own, but there were a couple of key moments here where he was punished brutally. The biggest moment, of course, was Ling run by. The first Ling run by that hit the third base, that got the entire mineral line. 18 SCVs went down. 18 SCVs for a Ling run by. Not even Banelings, by the way, just purely Lings. Cure was out of position. He had no sensor tower. He had no foresight ahead of time. He had no vision to confirm that something was coming his way, so he had no reaction, and it dragged him all the way back home as well. It didn't just do damage, but it did alleviate all this pressure that was on Reynor otherwise. And with that, he was just slowed down. He did relinquish map control. That was the moment that Reynor was able to get away with his Hive Tech and get away with his Ultra Tech as well. And again, Cure was on a timer. Likewise, even before that, we did see that his opener in his initial build was a little bit lackluster. The Banshee harass, the Hellion harass, the follow-up 7-minute tank push with only 2 Hellbats instead of 6. There's a lot that kind of came into play there where Reynor was able to shut it all down, defend, drone up quite heavily, quite freely, and then GG. And GG well played. Got into Hive Tech, didn't even need ultras, right? He was taking up into ultras, taking into 3-3, didn't even need any of that. And again, something that I do want to praise Reynor on in this series, in this game, and even especially on 10,000 feet, his Ling movements. I was so impressed on 10,000 feet, and you could see it here as well, where he would set up ahead of time surrounds, where he would set up flanks. He'd be very, very patient, engaging as efficiently as possible. In 10,000 feet, it was just with Roach Ravager, right? He would engage with Roach Ravager, and as soon as he would kill every single Hellbat, then bam, he would collapse in with his Lings and come in for a surround. Similarly here, because of how active he was, he would often set up for these flanks, for these surrounds, and for these counterattacks as well. GG. GG well played. Impressive play there by Reynor, and with that, Reynor, he will advance on to the quarterfinals to face off against his next opponent. We got to feature some Reynor versus Terran, but now what about some ZVP? What about some Reynor versus Protoss? Up next, we do have Reynor versus MaxPax in a best of 3 quarterfinals match. Let's go. Let us go. Now, ZVP has been shifting a lot in the meta, and I'm curious to see how Reynor is approaching this. I'm curious to see how Reynor has been adjusting his PvZ, considering how the meta has been evolving. We'll get into it. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sandstorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. And welcome on all to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Has a very open third base, very open fourth base, and very open natural. It's just open. It's just open all over the place. Very open, very accessible, and as a result, we see a lot of all-ins on Tourmaline. A lot of successful all-ins, I should add, even against MaxPax. So I'm going to be a little bit concerned here. The map pool is going to be a big factor, the patch as well. So quickly touching on what we were getting at, the meta of PvZ has been shifting. In the previous map pool, there were a lot more maps that had defensive bases, where you can set up on a 3, 4, and even 5 base economy, but mainly 4 base economy, and max out as a Protoss player defensively. You could see this on Tokamak, you could see this on Incorporeal, on Maganatha, on Persephone as well. There were certain features, certain aspects which did allow for just a more safer and defensive setup. And there are some of those maps here in this current map pool. I would say like Winter Madness, like White Rabbit. There are some maps where you can try to pull that off on, but for the most part, I would say that there are a lot of really open maps. I'm referring to, I mean, Old Republic is the most extreme version of that, but I'm referring to the Old Republic, referring to Tourmaline, referring to Re-Rock, referring to 10,000 Feet, referring to, what's the other map? Oh, right, Title Citadel. Title Citadel is crazy. But there are a lot of bases that are exposed. There are a lot of maps that are actually quite difficult to maintain a proper 4-base economy. Even I'm referring to Celestial Enclave as well. Like you have your pocket base, that is true, but you do spread yourself thin quite freely actually, and we have seen players struggle to defend on Celestial Enclave as well. So as a result, we have a much more aggressive kind of meta of ZVP. Because it is harder to defend on 4 bases, we've been seeing a lot of all-ins. A lot of all-ins have been in the mix, and Solar has been the most successful as a result. Solar, he's been getting some really good results over the past like month. I want to say over the past 3 weeks. Over the past 3 weeks, Solar has been excelling, especially in this matchup because of non-stop all-ins. Non-stop 3-base all-in after 3-base all-in after 3-base all-in, and Protoss players like MaxPax, like herO, like Classic have been struggling to defend. And I'm curious to see if Reynor is going to do the same. I don't think there's a reason not to be honest. Especially here on Tourmaline. There's no reason not to. It's one of those things where I will say the patch itself did help Protoss when it comes to being more defensive. I'm referring to the Storm, the change to Storm. Storm is a really powerful zoning tool, and Storm can do quite well defensively. But when the map is as open as it is, when these bases are as open as they are, Storms matter that much less. You can avoid them. You can avoid them and just rush past regardless. MaxPax opening up Void Ray. Interesting, you have my attention. Now, very quickly, because the meta has been shifting and because aggression has been more prevalent, Protoss players have been more aggressive as well. We've been seeing a lot more aggression in PvZ. We've been seeing less standard openers, you know, Stargate, Oracle into a third base, into +1 Blink, into Storm. That has been rare nowadays amongst the top Protoss players, amongst like herO, Classic, and MaxPax. That style has been more rare. And we've been seeing them mix it up because they have to. They've been forced to. Being tech heavy and defensive is not as viable as it once was. As Link is going to do their units around. They get a full surround. Void Ray moves out. The Void Ray is going to be denying vision. And what are we hiding? What is the plan? Void Ray does get an Overlord. Overlord falls. Void Ray pulls away. We're going for a second Stargate. Let's go. We're setting up for what looks to be a Tempest Rush. Assuming we're going for a Fleet Beacon as well. No shot. Mass Void? Oh. Are we going... Okay, so instead of a Fleet Beacon, this could be double Stargate Void Ray into charge. This could be into a Twilight Council. What's it going to be? Twilight Council or Fleet Beacon? It's going to be one of them. There's a Fortune +1. We're leading towards Twilight Council. Pylon is going to fall. The shield battery as well. These things are getting out of hand. And the Void Ray is so slow to respond. The Oracle is out of position, racing back home. The space is taking a lot of hits. And Reynor so far has had a better start. And more Void Rays building up. No shot, this is just for cannons, right? There we go. There's it's a late Twilight Council is what I will say. So late council. Again, I believe this should be for charge. For mass void range to charge, which is a build. Which is something we've seen before. But it just feels really late. Like, in general, this build is lopsided here. We have the Forge, but where's +1? Late Twilight Council, late charge. Ideally want them lined up together. Partly because of the delayed mining at the third base, true. So the build has been disrupted. +1 finally begins. But this is a shaky game here for MaxPax. There's charge on the way. Meanwhile, Overlord speed. What I see? I see an all-in. A German taxi is building up. No surprise. Oh, as one Void Ray gets sniped. That should not have happened. But we mentioned this at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the series. What did we say? All-ins are favored here. All-ins are favored. We're cutting workers early. We have a 4th base just for lava. Overlord speed is on the way. And we're going for a big 3-base Roach Queen all-in. We're loading up the taxi. We are sending it across the map as we've even cancelled +1 range. And if you notice, +1 range was being researched earlier. It was cancelled. It was cancelled because we don't need upgrades where we're going. We don't need them back. Where are we going? To Germany. Let's go. Here come the Dropper Lords. We're loading up. 2 Dropper Lords here at the 3rd base. More Lings and Roaches are amassing. You have Mass Overlord being fanned out to spread creep. And here comes the all-in. Here comes the push. Behind us, what do we have to defend? We have a wall of cannons on the way. +1, it looks like it's not really going to factor in. Charge also isn't done. Storm is being chronoed as we speak. You can see how vulnerable MaxPax has nothing. He has 3 voids and some psych defense. He has 3 voids and a dream. Storm may finish in time with chrono. It's going to be close. But again, there's barely an army here. It's 3 Void Rays. It's 4 High Templar. Looks like they will have Storm. Here comes the Warp in. As Reynor supply blocked, okay. Does it supply blocked? There's the first Storm. Lings they collapse in. They do get one of the High Templar. They force out a second Storm. There's what, 2 Storms left. There's one. And we're waiting for the other. And I believe there should be one more. Storm grazing the army. Reynor being so careful with his Road Ravager, pulling away. Doesn't overextend. Piles are connecting. And that's the final Storm. That's all he had. That's all MaxPax had left. That was the final Storm. There's still plenty of Road Ravager remaining. Piles, ooh. Piles are connecting. Another Void Ray falls down to 2 Void Rays. Other Miles. Oh my god. But Miles, they range out on everything. And with that, Reynor has done it. Reynor, he has broken MaxPax. Charge also trickling in. They do get on top of the roaches. They get on top of the Ravagers. Where are the reinforcements? I mean, I'm sure the supply block didn't help. But Roach speed just now beginning. Plus on range just now beginning. Reynor just trying to spend his money. Trying to spend it back. I mean, lack of injects did hurt. Does pull away, does inject. Queen's pushing forward. And Reynor's getting ready for the second wave. Uh-oh. He's looking. He is. He's paying attention. Let's pull away. Once again, Reynor, his supply blocked. Time and time again. Huh. And Reynor, he's got 5 High Templars. He's got 3 Immortals. He has no support for the Immortals. Bear that in mind, at least not currently. Max is getting a 4th base. That's very ambitious. Shame. And Reynor is maxed. Reynor at this point is maxed out. Miles is zoning. There's a first storm. There's still, what, 4 storms left. It's a decent chunk of storms. But again, there's just so much room to traverse here. Oof. Does go back into the storms, though. Goes back in. Gets behind the middle line. 14 probes going to be falling. Another storm lands. The storms have been decent, but again, there's just nothing on the ground. There's no follow-up. Oof. As Miles, they catch one of the Void Rays, they catch the Archons. And again, previously MaxPax was broken, and now there's nothing remaining here. Nothing at the 3rd base. 28 probe kills. GG gets called, and Reynor takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And again, a really awkward build here out of MaxPax, winding it back. Remember, what did MaxPax do? He went Void Ray into Oracle, into 2nd Stargate, into Delayed Forge, and into an even more delayed Twilight Council, into late +1. Like, it all felt lopsided, it all felt uneven, it felt very messy, but that is partially because of the Ling Flood, right? Because of Ling aggression, Reynor, he was able to kill the pylon, kill a shield battery, get some worker kills, get the adepts, and delay mining at the 3rd base, and force a reinvestment into those pylons and into those shield batteries, and that did delay the Twilight Council, right? That's part of the reason why the Twilight Council was late. The build was meant to be crisp, but once a couple of things go wrong and go awry, it throws a wrench in the works. It looks like maybe a build that maybe MaxPax isn't too comfortable with, isn't too well versed in, so once things were starting to go a little bit wrong, like, everything kind of fell apart. It all fell apart. GG, well played. And with that, Reynor takes game 1, and now we're loading into game number 2. Let's go. Loading into that second game. Vamos, baby, vamos. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. We go. And welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is another one of these more aggressive maps. It is not as open, it is not as exposed as Tourmaline, not at all, but despite that, I mean, it still has its own vulnerabilities. We do have a relatively secure 4-base setup, but the resistance by ground is shorter, and on top of that, the base, well, this is a backwards base. It means that the mineral line is facing towards your opponent, so you can bile, you can harass lurkers, ravager biles, air base units as well. It can be quite difficult to maintain this center expansion, and if you decide to expand linearly instead, then you're going to spread yourself thin. So we'll see if MaxPax can build up to a proper 4-base economy, and we'll see if Reynor can stop it. Or we'll see what kind of all-in Reynor goes for, because we're expecting another 3-base all-in. We'll see, we'll see. Doesn't have to be a German taxi. We just max out and go for a Hydra timing. We can go for Ling Hydra, Ling Bane Hydra. We can skip the Evo Chamber upgrades. Show us what you got. Go. See what does poke in. So one of those games. As we mentioned before, if you're in the chat, this is a replay cast. The reasoning for this is because ever since daylight savings in Europe, ever since daylight savings time, Wardy's tournament does start very late for us. It starts very, very late, so we are no longer casting it live. We used to cast it live every single week, but ever since daylight savings, that would have been in October, if I recall correctly, like end of October-ish, if not middle of October. Ever since then, we do cover it via replays a couple of days later instead, just because it starts late. Which didn't used to be a problem, but I mean now I'm looking after my bunnies back. My bunnies. But there we go. So here we go. For now, we are just going to be joining, saturating. Once again, another Void Ray opener out of MaxPax. Now, I would expect this to be a different build. Last game was Void Ray into Oracle, into Second Stargate, into Mass Void Ray. Here, Void Ray into Twilight Council, Void Ray into Fleet Beacon, Void Ray into Standard Game. We have possibilities. We have options. Oh, that's a lot of Zerglings. Reynor is cutting workers early at 27. We have 12 more Lings on the way. The goal here for Reynor is to shut down the third and maybe even find some more damage. And Void Ray first is going to hurt MaxPax. Void Ray is revealed. Lings, they move out. Now, the reason why this hurts MaxPax is that the DPS rate, the attack rate of the Void Ray is lower than that of the Oracle. The Oracle would just shut this down. The Void Ray has a much slower attack rate instead, so it is not ideal against a massive wave of Lings. We'll see if Reynor can force a cancel. So Reynor's here on the right hand side. He wants to wait for the Void Ray to reveal itself, to make sure the Void Ray is as out of position as possible. Second Stargate, same build. Void Ray's revealed. Here come the Lings. Here come the Lings. They collapse on the third. They go straight for the expansion. Straight for the Nexus. Void Ray's deflected. And they're basically going to be cancelled. That's a massive pickoff here. Aye. Third base is going to be denied. Takes out one of the Adepts. Oracle is revealed, but again, it was an Oracle after the Void Ray, and this looks like the same build. Yep, there we go. We have the Forge, and we should be seeing a Twilight Council as well. But with the diminished economy, greatly diminished. Clearly, MaxPax, he sees something about this build. He sees something. Now, does he need glasses? Is he seeing something we're not? I don't know. I'm not fully convinced, but I mean, I say I'm not fully convinced. It is unfortunate that he's doing this and he gets his third base denied. So, like, this is going to slow everything else down. There we go. Much later, Twilight Council +1 can soon begin. But again, a delayed Twilight Council Lings, they poke in once again. They confirm that there's still a base on the way. And Reynor, he can just go for the same reaction, to be honest. He can just go for the same reaction and response and go for Overlord speed. Lair is now done. And what's it going to be? Once again, we're expecting charge out of MaxPax. Void Rays, they're going for the fourth. They force a cancel. Not bad. Oh, and Reynor, he's going for the Spire. He's going for Mutaplay. Okay. Now, this is a really bold move. Now, on the one hand, Mutas are going to be amazing, especially if MaxPax goes into charge, right? And once again, everything's delayed here. Like, we have the Forge for what? Like, there's no upgrade here. There's delayed charge, I should say, as well. He's building up into Archons, into Storm. But again, it's going to be Charge or Archon Storm. There is not going to be Blink. Anti-air is limited. I will say this is risky because if MaxPax scouts, if he realizes what's going on, he already has a second Stargate. He can just go into Mass Phoenix. Like, Mass Phoenix would completely shut this down, but only if he scouts. Only if MaxPax is aware. And if he fails to scout, well, I mean, that's going to be game. What are we going to do? Fight a Mutafolk with Void Rays? Oh. So MaxPax is in a rough position. Reynor's keeping up. He wants one of the Voids. Does get a bit of hull damage. Good sleep. I'd be sleep. No, I don't sleep, unfortunately. When I say I'm looking after the bunnies, I usually go to bed at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. Looking after the bunnies. And then we like sleep for 4 hours and we wake up and cast. And then we do it all over again. Oh, as Lindsay bust in! That should not have happened. The wall is not a wall. The herO! Ling's at a full scouts. And here come the mutas. Yeah, the mutas are on the way. And again, anti-air is very limited. Now we do have a defensive cannon in the mineral line. Okay. Oracle goes in. The Oracle does scout. It does confirm. It is now aware, but the mutas have already arrived. Ooh, the Oracle will barely make it out. And back at home, Phoenixes. Phoenix production has begun. Now, this is why this was a bold move here, because we can make 2 Phoenixes at a time. We'll see how much damage is going to be done before the Phoenixes amass. As Reynor is committing, he's got +1 air attack on the way. Going for the pits. Getting ready for the potentially ultras. Muta's actually going for the Void Ray. Okay. Gets one, gets a Phoenix. Trades with the army. Not ideal. Mutas have rotated towards the main. Get a couple of probes. 5 probes go down. MaxPax taking a 4th. And currently MaxPax is holding his own. He's holding his own. The mutas have been okay, but now you can see that Reynor is switching. I assumed it was going to be Ultra Tech, but no. He's going for a Hydrogen Hive Tech into Lurkers. It takes a long time to hard switch like this into Lurker Tech. Here come the 13 Hydras. These poke in, they get one of the mutas, they pull away. Here comes the Fleet Beacon. MaxPax building up the Sky Toast, or at least trying to. And he scouts the Hydras. He knows. So now MaxPax, he can cross off Ultras. He's like, oh, okay, you're spending your gas on Hydras. You're working towards Lurkers. And you know what that means? That means your Lurker Tech is late because of the mutas. And MaxPax, he has potential. There's a first storm. MaxPax, he can take a fight, but he doesn't take his chances. He pulls away, doesn't want to get surrounded. Doesn't want to get locked down. Oh, it's still going into Ultras. Okay, interesting. I assumed that because he was going for the Hydrogen, it would be for Lurker Tech, but no, it is still going to be Ultras. Okay. Interesting. Carrier production has begun. I wonder if this is meant to be a fake out. Because the Hydras got scouted, I'm curious if Reynor now he wants to respond with Ultras to try to catch his opponent off guard. Thankfully for Reynor, it's going to be Carrier, not Tempest. Carriers don't scale as well. But they can still punish a player that doesn't have Corruptors. Cancellation. Lings, A2 collapse in. So far, MaxPax is defending well. because this game and because the build of Reynor, again, like any kind of lurker tech or siege race units are heavily delayed. He's been tech switching a lot. So denying mining here is not as easy as it otherwise should be for Reynor. MaxPax is maxing out. He's maxing out. Reynor, he's failing to deny that. Getting control in. So far, just 2 probes. And I'll be honest, I'm not very convinced by Reynor's army. As we're maxing out, there's a couple of things going on here. One, MaxPax's army is also a little bit subpar. He's got Storm, Archon, Immortal, Carrier, no Tempest production, but it's fine because there's no siege units, right? What do you need Tempest for? You need Tempest for Broodlords, you need Tempest for Lurkers, but there are none. There's no Lurkers, there's no Broodlords. Reynor, he's stuck on Lingbane Hydra because he had to switch out of Mutatech. He didn't go into Lurkers, he went into the Ultra Cabinet instead, but likewise, he's also lacking the Ultra Speed upgrade, and he has no room for Ultras themselves. Like, Reynor's army is very fragile right now. It's very fragile, very vulnerable. One wrong move, he will lose everything. He will lose everything to like 2 storms. There's no backbone to the army, not yet. So he's trading. Headed for the mineral line. Does head in, Bailey's, they don't get away. Oh my god, massive connections, gets 11 probes, breaks the expansion, and MaxPax is going for the base trade. He's going for the base trade, he just gives up on the bases. 2 bases will fall, and MaxPax is just going for the kill. And again, I don't believe that Reynor can stop this. Like, the soup is lying right now. The soup says that Reynor is maxed, but one army's not quite like the other. We have 7 ultras in production. Okay, he does have his ultra upgrades. Okay, we have a recall. Recall's back home. Reynor pulls away. Now, this recall is saving Reynor, to be honest. Like, if this army just kept pushing, and if he was able to catch, like, 2-3 ultras at a time as they were popping out from the eggs, like, I'm pretty sure MaxPax ends the game. But thanks to the recall, now Reynor can look to stabilize, or at least consolidate his army, right? Reynor can consolidate everything, bring it all together. We have Spine Crawlers on the way, Spores on the way. Ultras are all amassing together. And again, this wouldn't have been possible except for the recall. Like, thanks to the recall, Reynor, he's massing up. And then once again, he's just distracting, just keeping the main army busy. And now we have, what, 9, soon to be 10 ultras. That's a lot of ultras, papi. Cloak was just used, true. Cloak was just used on the expansion, on the base, to save it. Cloak is on cooldown. But I would want to see a fight soon. The scary thing about waiting here is that MaxPax, he's 1, replenishing his economy, which needs some time, of course. But 2, the carriers. The Skytoss here is slowly getting larger. And the anti-air for Reynor is lacking. He's got 5 Corruptors on the way against the 7 carriers. As MaxPax is moving in. Lingze once again hit the center expansion. MaxPax, he turns around. But again, there's no saving this base. And this decision that MaxPax is now making, I feel like should have been made earlier. There was never saving this expansion. It's never gonna happen. And now we have an army. Now Reynor, he's got his ultras, stuck in the main. Reynor trying to take this slow. Looking to collapse in. The choke point is brutal. Massive storm on the ramp. The slow zone as well. The ultras, they're trying to break through. Lands a couple of fungals. And they get a messy fight here. The ultras, they should win on the ground. Do they though? They do. Yeah, they break through the ground army. Ah, but there's still 3 Archons remaining. 3 Archons left. Is that enough? We have 6 Ultras and 17 Corruptors. Ah, Reynor, he should have enough to defend. It's going to be close. But he should have enough. Reynor starts mining, still has an economy. So again, he needs a little bit more time. Under the Ultras! Oh no! Ultra gets caught out, forced to engage, and we commit. We commit in. Lings, they collapse on the Archons. Carries are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Should get up to 4 carriers. There we go, the 4th carrier will fall. There's 2 carriers remaining. Oh, there are not enough Corruptors though, actually switching targets to the mothership. Okay. Guess the mothership. And GG gets called. MaxPax, he does not have enough here, down to 2 carriers, and Reynor will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A really unique build here by MaxPax. I'm still not entirely sold on it, but at the same time, I should also admit that we never saw the build. What I mean by that is both in game 1 and in game 2, MaxPax's opener was disrupted, right? He had a really rough opener. Game 1, he lost his pylon, his shield battery, his adepts. He had to turn back around. Like, the Lings were doing a lot of damage across the map. Here it was even worse. Here in game 2, the Lings, they killed the 3rd. They forced a cancel. Because of that, MaxPax's economy was delayed, and because of that, his upgrades were late, his tech was late. Like, everything was just messy there for MaxPax. So we never really saw a clean execution of what was meant to be this build of double Stargate, double Void Ray into charge lots, into +1, into Archon and Storm. We never really got to see that clean execution. We never got to see the ideal of what that build can accomplish. I'm still not entirely convinced, to be honest, of the build itself. But also, I mean, Reynor, he was very aggressive and he was punishing him time and time again with his Ling Floods. And with that, MaxPax just had a really rough early game. Despite that, I will say that I was very impressed by MaxPax's ability to deal with the mid game. That's also on Reynor. I'm shocked that he went Muta. Like, going into Muta against a player that opens double Stargate is crazy. It's crazy, baby. And it didn't really work. I would say the Mutas didn't really pay for themselves. They killed 1 Void Ray, they killed 1 Phoenix, and I think that's it. They might have killed like 1 or 2 pros, but nothing too meaningful. Like, the Muta play wasn't really worth it. We saw that from the Mutas, he was trying to switch into Hydra tech, which was scouted. After he got scouted, he switched into Ultras. Like, it was messy all around. It was messy all around. Messy from MaxPax, messy from Reynor. MaxPax was able to recover, max out, and I do believe that if MaxPax continued with the base trade, he would have killed Reynor, but he chose to recall. I'm speaking of the moment when he chose to recall to save his center expansion, which he lost anyway, but he recalled to save the base, and we spoke about it, where Reynor didn't really have much of a standing army. He had 10 Ultras in production, but they were trickling in like 1 Ultra at a time from the bases. If the base rate had continued, there's a very high chance that he kills those Ultras 1 at a time as they spawn out. And then he can get into the main base, get into the tech, and then recall thereafter. But MaxPax made the decision to recall earlier to save his economy somewhat, but it wasn't really worth it because he didn't save the economy. Went down anyway. GG. GG, well played. A very chaotic series, a very interesting setup there from MaxPax is what I will say. And with that, congratulations to Reynor. Congratulations. With that, we are going to be getting into our next set of matches. Going to be getting into our semifinals. Fairway decision making from Max. Seems like he could have punished this odd Muta play. I believe so, right? Like, I still stand by the fact that Reynor was very vulnerable for a time, and I think the base trade was the best chance that Reynor had. But at the same time, MaxPax, he was achieving a lot with it. Like, he was just barreling through bases until he chose to turn around, or until he chose to recall. So it was very messy play. But with that, GG, well played. Regardless, we're going to be heading into the semifinals. What this series feels like, to me at least, it feels, especially because I haven't really seen MaxPax and many players embrace this build. I've seen herO do it successfully, like mix it into a series, but I've never seen MaxPax rely on this as much as he did in this series. It feels like he's just like testing things out. It feels like, you know, he's like, you know what, I've got this build that I'm kind of working on. Let's just see how it goes, and let's just, like, you know, test it out here against Reynor. And I would not be surprised if he never does it again. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the last we see of the double Stargate Void Ray into +1 charge Storm. Like, it's time will tell, of course. Time will tell. But for now, at least, for this tournament, MaxPax was testing it out, and I mean, come next week, we'll see if he does it again, right? We'll see if MaxPax continues with this build, or if he sets it aside and he's like, you know what, it's still gotta cook. You know, it's we'll see. It's definitely something that's going to be in the back of my mind the next time we see MaxPax in a PvZ. Whew. Now, speaking of PvZ, we do have our next series. It's going to be a very different kind of matchup here. It's going to be another PvZ, but we have, instead of MaxPax, herO. herO does rise to the challenge. herO, who's working through his side of the bracket instead. And we have herO versus Reynor in the semifinals. Best of 3. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on the Old Republic. Here we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Este Hydra in the chat. Gah, baby, yeah. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. And what I mentioned previously, I do emphasize here as well. I was talking about how we've seen a lot more all-ins in ZVP as of late. In general, a lot of these maps have a very difficult 4-base setup to actually defend on, and that is exemplified here on the Old Republic. You have your natural, which is pretty standard, pretty solid. We have our third base as well, which also reminds me a little bit of Eternal Empire, except not as extreme. We have a ramp, we have a pathway here towards a third base. It is going to be on the high ground, but what is difficult to defend is the 4th expansion. Here we have the 4th base. It is further away, so it does have a longer defensive rush distance here to the 4th base. Has a very open entrance here towards the top side, open entrance here on the right hand side as well for run-bys, for harassment, for bailing counterattacks as well. We have seen some Protoss players attempt to expand on the low ground, but it's also on the low ground and also very open as well. Very open, very accessible. We have seen many Terrans and Protosses struggle and fail to defend on 4 bases here on the Old Republic. Again, I said it before, I said it again, I'm surprised this made it through. This made it through the TLMC. It's crazy, papi. It is a large map, that is true, so I had the longer rushes since it's a larger map, but again, it's quite difficult to set up defensively here on 4 bases, which is why I expect to see something more aggressive out of herO. We'll see. But we do expect aggression out of the Protoss. We've been seeing a lot more of that as well. And we'll see how herO differs compared to MaxPax. I mean, again, I feel like we didn't really get to see MaxPax at his best, as he was like testing out a different kind of build. But we'll see. I'd be shocked to see herO go double Stargate Void Ray into the same build that we saw previously. For now, though, we are building up. Gate expanded to Cybercore. Hatch gas pool out of Reynor. Let's go. As there's the initial Stargate open out of herO. From here, a standard opener would be Stargate into a third base, or Stargate Oracle into a third base, into Twilight Council Forge, +1 and Blink. We'll see if herO goes for an earlier Twilight Council, which has been more common as of late, going for an earlier Council into earlier Blink, into earlier Aggression, or even into Glaives. Show us what you got. Reynor setting up. Yo, I'm getting deja vu. Void Ray open out of herO. does open Void Ray. We'll be hunting down these overlords, and just like against MaxPax initially, we now open things up. It could be Void Ray into a Fleet Beacon, into a Tempest Rush. It could be Void Ray into a second Stargate, into double Stargate Void Ray. It could be Void Ray into Twilight Council, into Glaive Adepts. We do have options here for herO. MaxPax was opening up Void Ray into double Stargate Void Ray, which was crazy, into his own charge. We'll see if herO does something similar. Here we go. Void Ray moves out. Third base is being taken. Lings are poking in, and Reynor is joining behind this. He's not making a massive surge of Lings to run by and to kill the third. That's not happening here. First overlord is found. The tech will be hidden. And what do you have for us? There it is, early Twilight Council. Let's go. Oh, Twilight Council into Robo. Okay, so herO, you have my attention. This is not the same build as we saw from MaxPax. There's no second Stargate. There's no Templar Archives. So with the Twilight Council into Robo, I believe this should lead into a Warp Prism, into a Templar Archives, into a delayed Archon drop with a High Templar. I think that's the direction we're heading in, but we'll see. But I'm leaning towards Templar Archives. We'll keep an eye on herO as he does start up a Forge. Lings they poke in. Oracle's out of position. First step goes down. Does he get the Pylon? Yeah, Pylon is surrounded, and so far that's because here by Reynor. Looks like he will kill the Pylon. Nicely done. Pylon goes down. The does supply block herO. And what's it going to be? Oh, charge. Early charge timing. +1 charge. The Forge was the tell. I believe if you go for the Archon drop, you don't actually get a Forge. And I believe the Robo's earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So we have +1 and early charge. Now, this is designed to punish a Zerg player that does skip Roaches. If they skip Roaches, if they skip Banelings, if they go purely Ling Hydra, then I'd be concerned for Reynor. On a larger map like this, there is a very high chance that Reynor would skip tech. Speaking of skipping tech, he is. Do you see what I see? No Roach Warren, no Baneling Nest, +1 range. He is going Ling Hydra. He's going straight Ling Hydra here. Which means, how does he stop the charge timing? You can, technically, like, as long as he doesn't overdrone. If he doesn't overdrone, if he makes a massive surge of Lings and Hydras, and if he cuts workers a little bit early, then he can defend against this. There's that Hydra, as we did mention. Again, this is very greedy. We're cutting a lot of corners here. And we'll see what herO can achieve with this earlier charge timing. Zealots are amassing. Oh, never mind. So my assumption was that herO was going to warp in a massive wave of Zealots and commit. He does go for some gateways, but as a Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate, herO, he's trying to rush into Skytoss. Okay, suddenly the turns are tabled. Lings, they collapse in. No safety shield battery. Yeah, no shield battery to defend. Zealots are going down. The Oracle once again is across the map. Immortals are exposed. And there's a messy defense here from herO. Also, all the Zealots have been scouted. Reynor knows. Again, there's no reason for there to be this many Zealots this early on. So Reynor, he's fully aware of the charge follow-up. But because herO is rushing into Skytoss like this, because it's being so greedy tech-wise, there's a big window in time where Reynor can just kill him with this +1 timing. +1 is done in 10 seconds. Reynor, he's cutting workers early. You can see here, no saturation. Two drones. That is nothing here at the 4th base. So Reynor, he's going for a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in, mass Hydra with +1. He's rushing across the map. And hero's not ready. Storm is not done. Without Storm, I mean, how do we hold on? We need Chrono. There we go. Chrono's on the Storm. Chrono's on the Templar Archives. Hydras are moving in. And looks like Storm will finish. Yeah, so Storm will complete. 10 seconds away. Nice concave here from Reynor. But now he has to push into Storm. And can Reynor, he backs off. Wow, Reynor, he backs off. He drones. Reynor, he's droning. He saturates the 4th base, takes gases, and Reynor, he's going into Hive Tech, which means herO got away with it. No shot. herO got away with it, and Reynor doesn't know. I believe if he was aware, if Reynor knew that Tempest were being produced, if there was a fleet beacon, I think Reynor commits. I think Reynor just commits and just apes up the ramp and tries to break the third, and I would say is maybe successful there. But Reynor backs off and he doesn't know what just happened. That means that herO, he gets away with rushing into Tempest. Tempest are popping out already. Fourth base is now on the way. Again, Reynor was just unaware. And as Reynor backs off, I feel like herO benefits more. Now it's revealed. Okay. herO, he just reveals himself. He just moves out with the Tempest. It's an odd choice. Ideally, you hide them. Bam, you can see the Spire, right? This is a reactive Spire. This Spire would not be being built if herO didn't just reveal his Tempest. So I feel like he showed his hand a little bit early there. Like now, Reynor, he has time to prepare. As he threw down the Spire as soon as he saw that Tempest. So Reynor, now he has the opportunity to build up a comparable army. It's still a ways away, but he's getting there. Go for double Nidus, let's go. Link Hydra on the left. This center base is going to be difficult to defend with throwing down cannons, throwing down shield batteries, or just mainly cannons, really. Setting up stasis traps. herO is turtling up, and Reynor's maxed. Reynor, he's maxed out. And the pressure's on Reynor to try to break herO early, before herO maxes. There we go, Nidus into the natural. Potentially into the main as well. herO, he reacts, he warps in. Overseer's chased down. We have Link Hydra towards the left hand side. Remember, no banelings. And remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for herO. As herO is slowly maxing out. Nidus into the main. herO, does he notice? Uh-oh, where's the warp in? Where's the reaction? It's gonna finish. Okay, he does not see. He doesn't see, he doesn't know. Lurker's a bust into the main base. It should not have happened. Late reaction out of herO. We have Link Hydra towards the front lines. Oh, but herO, he is in position for this. Zones back the main army, but Lurkers, they're wreaking havoc in the main base. They're going for the production. Can they deny the upgrades? Yeah, tectonic destabilizers is going to be cancelled. There's the denial. 15 probe kills as well. Lurkers, they pop up from the high ground. And again, this damage should not have happened. 16 probes and the fleet beacon. herO, does he notice? He throws down 2 Stargates. That's not a fleet beacon. there we go. Fleet beacon's on the way. That means the herO can't actually make any more Sky Tilts in the near future. Reynor has more time. He has more time to build up. Now, what is he doing with this time? Second Spire, Spire upgrades, Infestation bit upgrades as well, Ultra Cavern. He's basically taking up everything Hive Tech. Everything Hive Tech is on the way. But currently, Reynor is stuck with a Lair Tech army. Stuck with Link Hydra. And this isn't the kind of army that can break herO. So herO, hey, he secures his 4th. As herO takes a 5th. This is a big moment for herO. Can he establish and hold on to a 5th expansion? He shouldn't be able to, but if he's able to get it up and running, then this is going to be a massive, massive advantage here for herO. He'll be able to build up a bank. as here is maxed. A lot of it is still in production, the Tempest in the mothership, but he's getting there. And currently, I do favor here in a head-on fight. Currently. Bearing in mind that Reynor is still refining his composition, but he's not there yet. How many spellcasters? 2 Vipers, 2 Infestors. Vipers move in, they do get 1 carrier. Carrier goes down. So Runway runs into a wall of spines and lurkers. More carriers on the way. Here is getting very carrier heavy. It's gonna have 5 carriers. herO moves in. Tempest, they pop up against the spores. There are a handful of lurkers here, but not that many, to be honest. How they hold the line. Nice abductions. Gets 2. Gets 2 carries at the same time. Reynor goes for a counterattack. The Hydras are moving in. And herO turns around. Yeah, he turns everything back around to defend against the Hydras. herO, he wants that 5th. Reynor, he will lose everything here. Reynor takes down 2 Archons in the process. Just 2. Yeah, takes down 2 Archons with that Reynor. He plummets in supply, but he's ready for a remax. He's building up more Corruptors. And needs more Lurkers, to be honest. He has 4. Only 4 Lurkers. Yes, he's up against Sky Toss, but a lot of the strength of this army comes from the Immortals, comes from the Archons, comes from the High Templar on the ground. So you don't want to neglect your anti-air. Speaking of, did morph in those Archons. Anti-ground, I think is what I meant to say. Don't want to neglect it. As here he's securing his expansion. We're waiting for the Greater Spire. Reynor getting into Broodlords. So it's got 18 Corruptors ready for the Broods. No Broodlords yet. Still only 4 Lurkers and 2 Ultras. Oh boy. There it is. I was waiting for it. We have 6 Broodlords. 6 Broods are morphing in. Meanwhile, we have 10 Tempest. Jesus. 10 Tempest. Not many High Templar, only 4. So limited storms. Tempest push forward. Reynor goes to the counterattack. Lings, they will hit the 5th. There's a massive wall of cannons. No shield batteries, interestingly enough. Yeah, Ultras is moving in as well. Oh, massive storms on the Corruptors. Storms do connect. Corruptors, they get softened up. Meanwhile, the Ultras that try to break through. We have defensive Stalkers. herO, he will defend. Ooh, catching at the Vipers. Vipers are going down. Ultras do fall. There's the cloak. Main army pushes in, breaks through all the Lurkers. It does take 1 fumble to the face. There's still 2 Lurkers burrowed. Nah, not anymore. Yeah, they ain't caught out, and here he's just barreling on through the main army. He takes out every single Ultra, every single Broodlord. There's nothing on the ground. And here he is doing it. We have 10 ultras on the way, but again, they're going to be trickling in. The character count is still quite high. But what about that ground army? What about the anti-ground battle? Even if he kills all the Tempest, it may not matter. And here come the ultras again. They're trickling in. Ultra gets thrown away. Another ultra as well rallies into the army. And Reynor's all or nothing. He collapses in. Dies with the Corruptors. Ultras are trying to break through. Yeah, storms are connecting. The final ultras are full. Oh no, the ultras are cleaning up. He's doing it. The ultras. Ultras, they win on the ground, and the Corruptors, they win in the skies. Reynor, he takes it. Barely takes the fight. And herO, what's he gonna remax with? What's it? Oh. Where is it? Looked bugged out for a moment there. But what is the remax, if any at all? Going Stalker. He's gonna try to go Mass Stalker, but again, the ultras are on the ground. There's still 5 ultras left. It was a nice surround there from Reynor. And here he has nothing. Here he has nothing left here. Given time, he can rebuild, but this is it. this is all he's got left. We got Stalker. And more Stalker. Okay, so we're just warping in Mass Stalker. Now, technically, herO could out-micro this army. Corruptors aren't going to be able to achieve too much on their own. And Reynor did lose a big chunk of his economy. How many ultras? 6. 6 ultras and 3 infestors. That's what matters here. If Reynor can land a fungal, these Stalkers should die. Like, they should just die to a fungal. Yeah, speaking of fungal, ooh, does not connect. Nice dodge. Again, he has to avoid those fungals, but even then, the ultras, they can just run in. They can just run in. Lings as well. Yeah, herO, he was all in. It was all or nothing, and he just barely didn't have enough. This is the final army for herO. Lings, they collapse in. Down to what, 6 Stalkers. Fungal lands. We have a couple of storms behind this, but storms that do nothing against these ultras. They just tank it. They tank it back. Oh, okay, nice control. Blinks away. Immortal arrives. Okay, that's the herO. Catching out a couple of infestors. 2 infestors go down. Ultras are getting very low. Gets 1. Does get an ultra. herO, he's still in this. Now we refine the army. Now it's not just pure Stalker anymore. Now he has Zealots, Archons, Immortals. It almost looked like herO was stun locked. It almost looked like herO didn't really know what to make. Oh, this is brutal. Things they check for an expansion. Oh, nice pickoffs. Getting 2 more infestors. And herO microing his heart out. Lings, they do bust into the center base. Oh no! Gets the mineral line. And herO, he's running out of money. He's running out of economy. He'll lose the most crucial mining base. At the same time, so will Reynor. Ultras are coming in, going for the neural. Gets one of the Immortals. And Reynor, he should clean this up. Yeah, he's still got the Ultras. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Yeah, that was game 1. I mean, that was game 1. GG, well played. It was a very chaotic game is what I will say. I was very concerned when Reynor didn't commit to the all-in. Remember, winding it back, Reynor, he initially went for a +1 Hydra all-in on 3 bases, and herO, he was rushing to Skytoss. And the moment that Reynor turned back around and decided not to commit up the ramp and not to try to break his opponent, I was like, oh, I mean, as we were trying to emphasize that at the time, Reynor didn't really know what he was kind of giving up there. He didn't really know what herO was getting away with, and herO, he got away with Skytoss. With that, herO had a big window in time where he had a superior base, superior army. He was able to build up his Skytoss, build up his Archons, his Immortals, I will say that his base defense was a little bit lacking. He had like a scattering of cannons, no shield batteries, and rarely left in units to defend as well. So here he was vulnerable back at home, and the run-bys actually did take advantage of him. When it came to the main fights here, he was actually out trading Reynor until that final moment. Until that final fight with Reynor, he got a full surround. He was able to collapse in from the front, from the back, from the flank as well. He got a full surround on herO, and he barely was able to win that fight. And that was game. That was game then and there. GG, well played. Whew. Reynor does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting to game number 2. Oh my god. Jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Winter Madness. Interesting. Okay. This is one of the more defensive maps, much more defensive than the last map, of course, than Old Republic. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 2. And if herO were to try to rush into Skytals, I do think this will be an easier map to defend on 4 bases, and even on 5 bases. So this should be a little more straightforward for herO if that were the plan. We'll see how herO does open up. As a reminder, herO, he had his own quirky build last game. He went for Stargate Void Ray opener into Twilight Council Robo, Forge +1 early charge into not an early timing into rushing into Skytals. He made that hard switch into a Temple Archives and into the Fleet Beacon. Did not commit to an early charge timing, even though I feel like he would have been relatively successful. I mean, he could have been successful. But no, I decided to take up instead. And we'll see what we go for this time. As here's just being as annoying as possible. Trying to force some inefficient mining. As he does bounce a couple of drones around. So far we're selling in. Reynor forces the unnatural natural expands here at the triangular third location. Meanwhile, we have a take of choice, Stargate out of herO. And again, welcome to Winter Madness. We did mention this earlier, but this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rush distance by ground. As you can see here, the third and fourth bases have choke points. They have choke points entering set expansions, so these are easier to defend, easier to maintain, and they're also closer together as well. So your initial 4-base setup is relatively straightforward. The 5th base is a little bit more exposed, true, but because of the more defendable 3rd and 4th base, you can wall up and wall off and rely on site defense and just move your army with your 5th. So you can be in position. And we'll see if we'll get there. Let's see if we get there again. The Adeptus poke in. Pokes in. Reynor does try to catch the Adept and will be able to get it. Adept goes down. And so far, standard opener. This time, no Void Ray, right? There's no Void Ray shenanigans. Oracle into a second Oracle. Third base is being taken. And from here, we should soon be seeing a Twilight Council and a Forge. Should be. As the Oracle does find a drone. Gets an active tumor. Second drone as well. Some decent damage. Third base is almost done. It's almost complete. Reynor is going Evo Chamber first, going for +1 melee, going for a more standard Ling Hydra composition with early upgrades. And there it is, Twilight Council and Forge. Again, this does look like +1 and Blink. This actually looks like a little bit late here. A little bit delayed. But overall, this looks pretty tame. It's relatively tame. Oh, never mind. It is going to be +1 and not Blink, +1 and Charge instead. Okay. Bearing in mind, this upgrade timing is later than last game. This is much, much later, as this was thrown down as the third base was finishing. Last game was thrown down as it was beginning. So much later timing. We see why. Jesus, we've gotten up to 4 Oracles. Not getting a 5th. Okay, just 4. Hunting with Queens, hunting with drones. Has there too much HP on the 4th base? It's going to be close. Queens, they try to respond. The 4th base is getting low. Can he snipe the 4th? Oh, he can. Yeah, it's going to be close here. One Oracle does get sniped, but the 4th base is going to be cancelled. Oh, that's a kill. Oh, no, that was a kill. That should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. And herO is going double Robo, double Immortal production. Okay. Interesting. He's building up his Robos. Storm has begun. Very tech heavy here. Very tech heavy. He's only on, what, 3 gateways? So low gateway count. Throwing down extra gates, but more importantly, the double Robo and the Storm. And the upgrades. Here he rotates. He was able to spot the initial Evo Chamber. He's forcing out extra spores out of Reynor. Second spore in the main. Reynor's looking for a way in. And pokes in, pulls away. herO, he is secure on 3 bases. herO, he doesn't even attempt to expand. The reasoning for this, as to why the 4th base is late, is because of the double rope. Again, this is just very, very intense on 3 bases. Very dedicated. And he's building up to a massive immortal push. Lings, they do scout the... he scouts, he sees. He does spot the Robos. I feel like Lurker Tech would be ideal here, if you can get there. More so than just Ling Hydra. Zelt's not going to be cleaned up. Prism goes down in the main. Oof. Zelt's just a Prism. Reynor, he defends. Building on more Hydras. Getting into Baneling speed. Okay, getting into Ling Bane Hydra instead. herO, he commits with everything, actually. The Immortals have arrived. The Mass Storm is here as well. That's 6 High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. Queens are exposed. There's Storm of the Ling, Storm of the Hydras as well. Gonna be zoning away. That was 3 Storms. We got at least 3 left. Gotta count those Storms. Oh. He's trying to dive in. Oh, High Templar gets sniped. Snipes 1, barely doesn't snipe the other. But High Templar, they're so exposed. And there's 1 Storm remaining. That was the final Storm. The final Storm. Archons are morphing in. Oh, we need more reinforcements. And here he barely has enough. The Zealots, they have arrived. Rushes on in. And thankfully for Reynor, there's no War Prism. If there was a Prism here, then Reynor, he'd just be broken. But the reinforcements are delayed. And here he's waiting for Storm. Okay. I was curious what he was waiting for. I feel like he could have kept pushing, but he's waiting for the High Templar, waiting for Storms. Wants to be safe. And he's expanding behind this. Taking his own 4th base. He rotates over. Archon is going to get thrown away. Bit of miscontrol out of herO. I guess a nice Storm zone. Oh, it's the Hydras that go back into the Storm. They go back in. There's all 1 Storm left. Storms are landing. Hydras are going down. And GG gets called. herO, he breaks through the main army, breaks into the mineral line, and herO ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. A very unique build here out of herO. Borderline 3-base all in. He's still got a 4th base behind it and still saturated his 4th base as well, but very dedicated on 3 bases, building up his Storm, building up his Immortal count as well, and going for a massive push. I will say that Reynor did see it coming ahead of time. Remember, he scouted both Robos, which was a tell, and at the time I felt like the correct play there was to get into Lurker Tech. And sure, Reynor, he would most likely have to just give up on the low ground base, just give up on the expansion, but try to defend on the high ground and defend on a 4-base setup with his Lurkers instead. Alas, he chose to stick with Lingbane Hydra. The problem there is that it's a very, very fragile composition. As you saw, a couple of well-placed Storms, and there were a lot of Storms, just breaks through, just crumbles the Lingbane Hydra. So the army does melt, and now here we go, we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Didn't think herO had anywhere enough there. He had plenty of Storms. He had the Immortals, of course, popping off. The Zealot reinforcements were delayed. That was slowing him down. But for the most part, again, as we mentioned, like he does have he did have the superior army. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. So we load into 10,000 feet. I will say that the initial 4 bases are closer together here, so herO should have an easier time building up and maintaining this initial 4-base setup. Meanwhile, we do see Reynor force take the unnatural natural, and we'll see if herO goes to something more aggressive here. Let's go. I mean, he already did in the last game. We'll see if he does something similar. I'm sure we'll see a different build. Game 1, we saw +1 in charge into Sky Toss, into a Tempest Rush. Game 2, we had the later charge, later +1 into double Robo Mass Immortal. What do you have for us here in Game 3? Now, when it comes to Reynor's setup and Reynor's style, I mean, muted play is going to be an option here on 10,000 feet. We get to see Spire and muted play yet in this series. We've seen it earlier, of course. We saw it against MaxPax. We could see it here. It would be a way to bypass the choke points and bypass the more defensive position here that these bases have. Otherwise, we could see a rush into Lurker Tech and just a more of a greedier style instead. Not too fond of that idea on smaller maps. We'll see. From here, once again, Stargate opener at herO. So we're not deviating when it comes to the opener. Makes sense. Just Stargate opener into a 3rd base. What we're really curious by is the timing of the Twilight Council. Timing that we're going to be going for. Whether or not he gets a Forge. Whether or not he opens Oracle. Of course, bearing in mind another big part of herO being able to get away with the initial opener was also down to the fact that he killed the 4th, killed Reynor's 4th base, not even cancelled. That did slow down his own economy, slow down its production. Another big factor as well. So now Reynor pulls out, and we're just joining. From here, we're joining with saturating. It is going to be Oracle first at a herO, not Void Ray. So he hunts down the Overlord. From here, herO can expand. Oh, going for the forward expansion. Okay, bold move. Bold move out of herO. Kills the Overlord, expands in the center. Ooh, Lings, they do flood in. Again, here he was out of position, killing and hunting down the Overlord. Lings, they will get one probe, not bad. And that is an early Twilight Council. Okay, you have our attention here. So early council, earlier than any other game so far. Adepts take it into the third base, they get one, they get two drones. They get three. Can we get four? Ooh, not quite a third actually. Yeah, it does miss one of the shots. Reynor does defend. Nice crisis management here out of our Zerg player. And based on the fact that currently there is no Forge, this looks like Glaive Adepts. It does look like Glaives. If we get a Forge, it's more indicative here of Charge or Blink. But without a Forge, it does scream Glaive Adepts. I say that he's got 3 more gates on the way. It's going to be 5 gateways in total. Taking extra gases. Going into Blink. Okay. The extra gateway count is what was looking a little bit odd. Usually if you go into Glaives, it's 4 gate Glaives. We have an extra gateway. We have extra gases being taken as well. Are we going into an 8 gate? He's getting more. It's been a while since we've seen a proper 8 gate 3 base Blink all in. But he's getting there. Now, typically with this build, basically you're going to really fast Blink. There's no Forge, there's no +1, there's no upgrades, so we're not really thinking further ahead in the game. Typically, because there's no Robo, you want a proxy gateway. So you want like 7 gates at home and then a proxy 8th gateway in the center or on your opponent's half of the map. And that's your reinforcement point. And you just send it. You just keep orbing in Stalkers and just all in. This was very popular back in 2023, a couple of years ago. Not too long ago, but a couple of years. It was very trendy. So I said 2024 even. Yeah. During the first season of Ultra Love. First season. As we're bringing in more Stalkers. Currently, how many gateways do we have? So far at 6. Now we have a 7th. So that is, there it is, 7 gateways. 7 gateways at home. And we are expecting an 8th gateway proxied. Stalkers are pushing. Remember, there's no Forge. Stalkers are moving out. We have Charge as a follow-up. Okay. Oracles are setting up. And because of the terrain here, because of the center expansion, ooh, Stasis does not connect. Yeah, no Stasis trap. Lings, they will deflect. Lings are coming for a surround as well. The Oracles have to support. But because of the placement of this expansion, it doesn't actually take that long to reinforce. But there it is. There's the pylon. This is late. There's a late pylon, late proxy at a herO. He needs those reinforcements as quickly as possible. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Reynor. Reynor, he's taking up. He's going into a hive? Wait, what? Wait. +1 into hive tech? He's being greedy, Pappy. Insanely fast hive. Here comes the pylons. Here come the gateways. But again, this setup is late. Here he's gaining ground. Still trading somewhat well. As time goes on, in Reynor, he will be able to amass his Hydras, but looks like the base will fall. Gets the expansion. Hatchery goes down. Lings kind of push in. Here comes the proxy. Lings, they try to come in from behind. We have shield barriers behind this as well. And the Oracle should be able to defend. Yeah, the Oracles, they will defend. And Reynor, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. He's trying to squeeze out a couple of Hydras. And again, Reynor, he was just so greedy. This Hive is not going to help Abby. He cancels. Yeah, he cancels the Hive at the last minute. Now he realizes. But he already spent so much time and resources on the infestation bits, on the Hive itself. The base has been broken. And here he's here to break him. And again, it's been a while since we've seen a proper 8-gate or 3-base 8-gate all-in. Been a hot minute. But it does make more sense here on 10,000 feet. Especially with the Fort expansion. There we go, Reynor just going for the mass transfuse, trying to keep himself alive. Trying to maintain control of the ramp. But there are so many Stalkers here. We have Charge as a follow-up against Ling Hydra. It's going to be ideal. There's 29, almost 30 Stalkers. Zelda coming in, Spineclaw is trying to push forward, but here come the Charge. Let's actually be then on the cop. He blinks on in, he's crazy. He blinks on top of the army, throws away the Oracles. Very messy engage here from herO. The boys are being pulled, but here he should have enough. He blinks on in once to get on top of the Hydras. And GG gets called. herO, he will take the series 2-1, eliminating Reynor and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, herO. He will claim the series. Again, we were talking earlier about how aggression is favored on some of these maps, and hey, herO, he met that aggression. We saw in game 2, we saw herO go for the double robo Mass Immortal earlier push on 3 bases with Storm, with Mass Immortal, a crazy kind of build, a crazy push. He was able to break Reynor, who was going purely Ling Hydra or Ling Bane Hydra. Here, likewise, you saw Reynor misreading the game state, is what I will say. The lack of gases and of course the lack of Forge and the abundance of gateways is the tell of herO going for a 3-base 8-gate all-in. We saw it was actually, technically it was 9 gateways, because I think there were 2 gateways proxy, not 1. So technically a 9-gate all-in. It was delayed when it comes to the proxies themselves, but Reynor was being greedy. He was double expanding, he was getting into infestation, but he was getting a Hive as well. He was thinking a little bit too far ahead, and as a result he was caught with his pants down. The pants were down. GG, well played. herO will advance on. Will advance on, and with that we're getting ready for our next series, and we'll be back soon. We'll be back soon here as we're going to be getting ready here for our next matchup. It's going to be Solar versus Creator in the upper semis. In the upper semifinals, the winner of this series goes up against herO in the grand finals. We will get there. We will get there. For now though, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the semis and then we'll have the grand final. So 2 matches left, 2 matches remaining here in tonight's broadcast. We'll see you soon after this short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your Hydras, and we will return with Solar versus Creator. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back everyone, welcome back to the semifinals, the second half of the broadcast, semifinals here of the WardiTV Monday number 61, the other semis. We just wrapped up with herO versus herO, and herO did take down Reynor 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals, and now we are here with our next series, our next best of 3, another ZVP between Solar and Creator. Let's go. Let us go. I'm sure it's going to be a very different dynamic as well. Creator, he's a little bit more standard in his approach, but I'll be honest, I have not been seeing much of Creator in the latest patch, in the latest map pool. I've not been seeing as much Creator, so I'm excited to see how he himself has also adjusted in the meta, if at all. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is a Creator. Here we go. We are settling in, and game one is going to be on Tourmaline. Tourmaline, of course, is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. It's much more open, much more susceptible to all-ins. And Solar, he has been embracing non-stop 3 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, you name it. Solar has been hyper aggressive in the ZVP matchup, and he has been very successful as a result of that. A very different approach going to Reynor. You saw that Reynor against herO, he was a lot more ready to accept the late game. He was a lot more ready to just tech out and to tech up and to pivot away from his all-in and to go for high tech, to go for lurkers, to go for ultras, to go for broodlords. We saw that on the Old Republic, if you recall, to Reynor's success, to be fair. But even previously, even in that last game when he was rushing the Hive, you know, he did have a very different approach. Solar, he's a lot more layer tech oriented, a lot more layer tech oriented, and we'll see if Creator can keep up with Solar's aggression. Let's go. So far so good. Gate expand into Cybercore. We should be seeing standard openers here. Stargate in towards the mid game. Creator, he is the kind of player to mix in Glaive Adepts, to mix in some shenanigans in the mid game. Not too much. He's not as diverse as Classic or herO. That is true. He's not as diverse, but he's willing to mix it up at least a little bit. And we'll see if he does. See if he does. Right now we are going to be opening up. It's going to be set Stargate out of Creator. No major surprise there, just opening up standard. Once again, as we mentioned, we do have a very open entrance here into the natural, a very open third base as well. As I mentioned before, Solar has been embracing a lot of all-ins, especially on Tourmaline. For the time being, we are going to be pulling out, and we'll see what kind of aggression he does end up going for. We're expecting some Ling Hydra base play, but we have seen German taxis, for example. We have seen Ling Bane as well, as Ling Bane is a little more viable in this matchup after the patch. It is more viable. And we'll see. As we do see Solar making an extra pair of Lings. So we have 6 more Lings on the way. We've got 12 in total. 12 Lings to deal with these Adepts and also to counterattack to threaten the third. So far, just trying to keep up with Creator. Now there's the third base, and again we are waiting for the tech of choice. The timing of the Twilight Council, more importantly. Waiting for that timing. Unfortunately, outside of that, for the most part, early game ZVP is pretty standard, or is pretty samey. There's not really too much variation. There are some players that open up Twilight Council, or there are some players that open up a Void Ray, for example, like we saw at a MaxPax. But that's a little more rare, few and far between. Meanwhile, we spoke about the early 12 Lings, and we do get a surround. We don't quite force a cancel, but we force Creator back home. Creator's forced back. We have another wave of Lings on the way. Solar opening up early Evo Chamber. This should be for +1 melee. Should be. Keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, a big shout to Sort of Gab. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time and welcome. Bienvenidos one and all to a replay cast of the WardiTV Monday number 61. Again, unfortunately, in recent night, we do get us around. Nice round here from Solar. There's that plus one melee upgrade. For those that are curious, the reason why we're covering the Spy replays, usually we cover it live, but as of a month ago at this point, Daylight Savings did hit Europe, and now it does start an hour later. It does start quite a bit later, quite a bit late here in Australia, I should say. So it's not an ideal time anymore. So now instead we do wait for replays and cover it via replays instead. That's been the case again for the past month, ever since Daylight Savings. And unfortunately, it's just so late now. I think it starts at 11 p.m. It ends around like 4 a.m. So we go for replays at an earlier time. For now, Edep Sedushade in. 6-7 drones going to be going down. Double Oracle into the main base. A nice damage done here. Creator popping up. 11 drone kills, not bad. He's not done. Getting 11, 12, 13. 13 drones in the main. Solo attempting to go for his own counterattack. Back at home, there are some defenses. Stalkers are in position. There's the NG overcharge, and Creator holds. Creator, he holds, he defends. Zones away the Lings. And so far, Creator in a decent position. Creator, he still maintains those oracles behind the solo going into Ling Hydra. No Baneliness yet. And due to all these losses, Solar, I won't be surprised if he doesn't run up the fourth base. The fourth base may just be for Larva, and he may decide to just commit here on Ling Hydra instead. On layer tag. I mean, we expected this from the beginning, to be fair. Is what we expect out of Solar. He very rarely joins up the fourth base and takes up into Hive. It's not really Solar's go-to. Not anymore. Not on this patch. And here we go. Again, no saturation, just for Larva. Fourth base, just for Larva. We are, of course, injecting. Getting as much as we can out of this. Creator, he himself is also working towards Colossus. As being active.
Base is under attack.
Creator, he pokes out. He should see the lack of saturation. Slings will zone him away. At home, Creator, he warps in. So far, he's trading well for himself. And Solo is slowly building up those Hydras. He's massing up his army. Rotates around. He just abandons the fourth base. Abandons defending, and he's going for a massive counterattack instead. But does he have enough? Gets spotted by the Observer. Creator, he knows. I'm getting deja vu. Like I've casted this scenario before. But here we go. Solar, he commits across the map. Creator is fully where he's warping in defensively. Colossus are on the way. Extra shield batteries as well. He's got a shield battery and a cannon here at the natural. Likewise has some side defense here at the third. And Solar, he has not made a drone in quite some time. It's been a couple of minutes. No droning. Just 3 base all in. And Creator is being spread thin. Getting on top of the cannon. He does have the cannon, getting on top of the Zelts as well. Creator, he defends at the natural, but what about here at the fourth base? Force a recall. Ooh, nice snipe. Nice snipe of the oracles, but these are expensive trades here for Solar. He's going to bleed out so many Hydras. Hydras being focused down. Nice pickle side of Creator. Picking up Hydras, blinking in, catching even more. Ooh, but this is more of a trade. More back and forth. At the same time, Lings, they break through into the main base. That should not have happened. Where's the Colossus? Stuck at the natural. And Lings, they break in. They break through. This should not have happened here. A full middle line is going to be going down. 13 pro kills. Ay. Solar, he's finding damage. He's pulling Creator apart. Starter stepping in, getting on top of the Hydras. And Solar, can he make this work? Still Lings in the main. Solar, he's running out of steam. Thankfully, there's no Colossus here at the fourth. Solar once again gets into the mineral line. Gets more probe kills. Solo, he's trying, but the Colossus has arrived, and with Colossus, Creator, he should hold. He should be fine. Yeah, shuts down the Ling, shuts down the Hydras. GG gets called as the Colossus arrive, and Creator will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG well played. A very rough start there for Solar. Winding it back, if you remember, Solar, he lost so many drones and so many workers to the Adepts and to the Oracles. That's why he was forced into the all-in. The problem though is that, again, he was forced into it. He stumbled his way into the all-in as opposed to freely droning up as quickly as possible, saturating his 3 bases and taking into his own setup, into his own Lings, into his own Hydras. Here he stumbled his way in instead. He had to re-drone. He was delayed. This gave Creator a lot more time to set up, and we saw that Solar, he was just taking some really rough trades, rotating back and forth, bleeding out so many Hydras, not really getting the momentum he wanted. And once the Colossus arrived, that was game. That was game then and there. There were a couple of key moments for Solar when he got into the main base with his Lings. True, like he was able to get some damage done, more than what should have happened, but still not enough. Still not enough. GG well played. With that, we're going to be loading into game 2, loading into the Old Republic. Let's go. Let us go. Discussing time turners. I mean, why wouldn't you want to jet lag your entire population twice every year? Oh no, not like this. But here we go. Here we go. We're diving into our second game, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is a Creator. We go. Fun fact, this is why we always actually organize our events in KST, because Korea doesn't actually have daylight savings. That's why our schedule's always in KST, just to keep things organized, keep them stable. We try to adjust accordingly. But yeah, Pikachu Cup now starts a lot later. WardiTV Monday starts a lot later as well. Ugh. We'll have to adjust. For now, though, we're going to be settling in, and we'll see how Solo will likewise adjust here against Creator. Hopefully he can tighten up his early game. Winding it back, remember, the reason why the all-in was struggling as much as it did was because of Creator's early game damage. It was popping off, killing drones, killing workers, laying the economy, popping off with the Adepts and with the Oracles. We'll see if Creator can replicate that success. We'll see if Solar can tighten up his defense and have a cleaner early game. Once again, as we load into the Old Republic, we do expect to see another 3-base all-in, just because of how difficult it is to defend your 4th. So we'll see what Solo goes for. We'll see what he commits into. As he does pull out of gas, saturating is a natural. Once again, Stargate opener out of Creator. And we don't really expect to see Creator deviate from opening up Oracle into a 3rd. Last game went into +1 on Blink, into eventually Colossus production. We'll see if he does it again. As I mentioned before, when it comes to the Old Republic, the 3rd and 4th bases are just a little more, specifically the 4th base is a little more open. When it comes to this low ground expansion, you can come in from multiple angles. It's also on the low ground, more open, more exposed. Likewise, same here with the linear 4th base as well, has a very wide entrance into the expansion. As a result, we do see aggression be quite favored here on the Old Republic, similar to Tourmaline, very similar, except longer rush distance. It is a larger map. We'll see what Solo goes for. Oh, that is a Twilight Council before Nexus. Okay, Creator. I was not expecting this, especially on a larger map. But a Creator, it looks like he's going to Glaives. This feels like Glaive Adepts. Technically, this can lead into a weird, quirky, like charge builds, but Creator, he's not really that kind of player. Overlord is going to be shut down, and Solar, he will fail to scout. Now, he should notice how late the expansion is. True. Lings poke in. Nexus is delayed. That is a bit of a tell. Kills a probe, not bad. Probe goes down, comes in for the surround. Going for the Stalker. Just rushes in. Wow, he does rush in. He will scout, he will confirm. He gets eyes on the Twilight Council. He sees it researching. Solar sees everything. He does see everything. Creator, that should not have happened. He should not have been out of position. The wall was open. herO, por favor. And we should be seeing a response back at home. Whether it's Banelings, whether it's Roaches, whether it's just more Link production, Solar is at least aware that hyper aggression is coming his way, and there's a high chance it's going to be Glaive Adepts. As these Lings, they're popping off, they get the Stalker, another Adept. Back at home, the Oracle doesn't achieve much, takes some extra hull damage. As the Oracle A moves in. And there it is, there's the Roach one. Again, a very safe reaction, very safe response here from Solar. Last game, Solar, he skipped Roaches, he went pure Ling Hydra. This time, Roaches are going to be a must to defend. Again, it's a cheeky build here by Creator, if unscouted. If only, Papi, if only. So there's the building up. Again, Solar's fully aware. Economy's got 5 more Roaches on the way. Just needs a little bit more time. Lings, they poke in. They get 1 more probe. Not bad. They get a worker, pull away. And these Adepts, they shouldn't really find much damage. And remember, because of these Adepts, third base is late. Late third base, late Blink, late +1, late Forge, late everything. We're rushing into a fleet build. I mean, when behind, right? When behind Skytos. Creator, I mean, he knows that he's in a really rough position. He has to do something drastic. If he's left alone, sure, he can get away with Tempest. Like a Tempest rush into Mothership. It's possible. It's a Hail Mary play. And there's a very low chance of this working, but he's got to do something, right? Like, he can't just play standard. If he plays standard from here, he'll just play from behind the entire game. So whether it's going for a 3-base all-in or being hyper greedy tech-wise, it's one or the other. And we see what he's going for. Oh, not Tempest, going for a Carrier rush instead. Okay. Rushing into Carrier. Solar, he's getting up to 3-base saturation. We'll see if he joins up his 4th base. So far, Solar, he has not scouted. We should be seeing an Overseer scout soon. Solar is in the dark. And Solar's not droning. Okay, so Solar, he's not droning. He's not scouting because he's not really too concerned. There's the Overseer now going in. Does scout the Carriers. Now he's aware. And here we go. Intentionally so, Solar, he's not droned. You can see here, no droning at the 4th base. And you might look at this and be like, oh, this is like last game, where Solar didn't drone up his 3rd. Sorry, it didn't drone up his 4th base. That is true, but this time Solar didn't lose, what, 10+ workers in the lead up to this. This time Solar, he's been able to shut down the initial tech. A Creator is behind instead. Creator, he's desperately trying to rush into Carriers to try to survive and try to get some kind of semblance of a lead in this game. And Roach Ravager doesn't shoot up. But he doesn't need to kill the bases. Solar, he's committing in. Star steps forward. And behind this does have the Spire on the way. And we'll see if we can break into the mineral line. That's what this comes down to. Yeah, Zealots go down, Adepts go down. There's 2 Stalkers left. Oh no. Down to 2 Stalkers. Soon to be down to 1. Those Shield Wires, they put in a lot of work. Jesus, oh my god. The Shield Wires, they pop off. As Roaches, they break into the mineral lines. We have Ling Roach into the main base. Roaches here at the natural. More reinforcements at the 4th, and you can see everything's flashing red. Everything's catching fire here. Probes are going down all over the place. Behind this, the Overlords turn around, the Queens turn around, and we have Corruptors on the way. That is going to be the answer to the carrier. As Solar did decide to drone, killed 17 probes, killed the 4th expansion, getting up to 18 probe kills. And we're just waiting for the Corruptors. And here they come. Again, it was just a really rough game here for Creator. To be scattered early on, to be shut down. There's a chance where if Solar was more passive, then maybe Creator, he's able to build up and catch him with his pants down. What's the chance of that happening? We have 5, soon to be 14 Corruptors. It's a lot of Corruptors. Lings, they should hit the 4th. Catching the warp in. One day 2 getting all 3 Stalkers. Corruptors have arrived. They dive on the carriers. That's going to be 1, 2. That should be all the carriers falling. Queens, they come into support. Up. Clutch transfuse. 3 carriers left. Down to 3, down to 2. 2 carriers remaining. Corruptors, I mean, they're beefy boys. GG gets called. Solar ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG well played. Again, a lot of this game came down to the initial opener, came down to the build, came down to the 2 base Glaive Adepts which got scattered. Unfortunately, Lings, they were able to slip in. That was on Creator. If you remember, Creator, he did not have a unit in position on hold position at the ramp, right? He did not have a unit, I keep saying worker, they don't have a unit here at the ramp to wall off the natural. As a result, Lings, they were able to flood on in, wreak havoc, scout, and confirm the Glaive Adepts. Without the Glaive Adepts, they achieved nothing, and Creator did fall behind, had to go for the Hail Mary play. Didn't quite work out. And now we get into the ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Green Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. Oh, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is a Creator. Here we go. What were the feeders? Jesus, as once again we are loading into one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Welcome to Ruby Rock, another map that does favor all-ins, and we have seen non-stop 3-base all-ins out of Solar. Yes, last game he did drone up to 4-base saturation, but that was only after the all-in had succeeded, after he had crippled Creator. Once again, welcome to Ruby Rock. We do have an open entrance here into the 3rd base, open entrance here towards the left hand side. We do have another open entrance here towards the natural as well. So there are multiple angles of attack, multiple opportunities, and also a shorter rush distance spike round. Oh, hello. Okay, we're good. For a moment there, I thought he had delayed his expansion, but hatch gas pool. So they're setting up. Now, on a smaller map like Ruby Rock, we could see Creator go into early blink. That would make sense. We have seen Protoss players be quite successful going for an earlier Twilight Council into a delayed Forge into early blink, not for an 8-gate all-in, but for an early blink timing to break the 4th. To break the 4th expansion, to gain momentum early on, and to keep the Zerg player in check. We've seen that from herO, we've seen that from Classic on Ruby Rock. We'll see if Creator does something similar. So now we are going to be opening up. So far, so good. Yo, will Solar, will he actually, from the beginning, drone up his 4th? No shot. Not here. Oh my god, this I was not expecting. Going for just a straight up Twilight Council opener. Okay. Creator, he does not hold back. No Stargate whatsoever. With this, our eyes are on the gas geysers. This could be either Glaive Adepts or a Dark Shrine instead. Show us what you got. If he stays in gas, it should be Dark Templar. If he pulls out, we lean towards Adepts. And as you can see, he's staying in. He's staying in his gas geysers. We're expecting a Dark Shrine. Oh, Ling's attempt to scout. Oh no! The Ling does get in and does get everything. Ay, ay, ay. Again, it's fake Glaives. As we mentioned, he stayed in gas. It is going to be DTs. At least Creator does try to fake out Solar. But Solar, he sees what he needs. He's aware of the early tech. Oh boy. So a brutal moment there for Creator. Nice scout out of Solar. Was able to get in. Now, quickly checking here. Solar, I don't think he saw it researching. It's hard to say. I know the Creator was faking it. There's that Roach Warren. Because of the fake out, Solar, he might skip detection. And if he skips spores, then Creator can pop off. Now the problem is that even if you saw it researching, there is a build where you can go Glaives plus DTs. If you stay in gas, you can still go Glaives and then Dark Templar behind it. So there's still reason to at least get one spore. We'll just hunt it down. Yep, there it is. We have a spore at the third. And we should be seeing a spore here at the natural as well. But he will have at least one spore. And there's some moving out. Again, remember, Creator, he wants to sell the story that this looks like Glaives. There's the second spore, though, at the natural. And Solo should be fine. As long as he's in position, of course. The Dark Templar. DTs are waddling in. They are threats in the natural. Diving back forward, getting a queen. Gets a queen, gets a stink queen as well. Spore is too far back, not bad. As he picks up and does pull away. So nice pickles here by Creator. Picking up a couple of queens. No major damage, but does get something for his opener. Question is it enough? So he's looking for this round. More force to cancel. Creator is still being active. Still shocking around. And Solar, he's not actually droning. Okay. He's not droning up. We have 5 Overlords in production. So it looks like his own intention here to macro. No surprise. Ah. Bearing in mind he has no Overlord speed, so we shouldn't see a German taxi. It's just going to be a max out of roaches. Just sheer roaches here. Maybe some Ling reinforcements. Of course, there is detection. Yep, here we go. 14 Lings on the way. Solar, he got workers early at 48. This is, what, 2-base saturation? This is... Ay, ay, ay. Again, a very low drone count here for Solar. And he stands it. Let's go. And remember what we said at the beginning of the game. The rush distance by ground is short. Shorter rush distance by ground. Maybe the shortest in the map pool. I know this is shorter than 10,000 feet. It might be shorter than Tourmaline. I think it is. I'd have to double check on that one. But here we go. The Lings have arrived. The Roach Ravager as well. Army gets zoned away. And can create a pull for defense. Remember, there is detection. Fires on the shield battery. That battery's going to go down. Boys are being pulled. We have some DTs in the mix, but again, there is still detection here. Oh. Oof. This pass are brutal. And detection turns back around, and the third base has been broken. A Creator he cannot defend. There's nothing here. There's nothing to defend, Pappy. Across the map, a couple of drones do go down, going down to 40 workers. But Solar has the army. Ah, there is an immortal. Okay. There is an immortal. Creator can make a stand at the natural. Can he hold on? The third may have gone down. And Solar's droning. Yeah, Solar, he's droning up. We have 5 drones on the way. As again, he has killed the third base. And from here, we can snipe the Cyber Core. Oof. Yeah, one more volley. Cyber Core goes down. No more Warpins. And again, Creator, he might be able to hold on here, but Solar, he's droning up, he's saturating. He's macroing behind this. He's content with the damage he's dealt. And he's going for a Drop Lord follow-up, okay. So Solar, he drones up to under 3 base saturation. Still under 3 bases, getting a 4th base just for Larva. And he's getting ready for the second wave. This isn't Solar just backing off completely and just fully focusing on macro. No. Backs off, drones up, and now once again focusing on wave 2. This time with a heavier Ravager count. And what will help as well as a Creator, now he's trying to re-expand, and now he's going to be more open. More exposed. Breaking the natural is difficult. We have 3 shield batteries and a choke point. Breaking the third base, much easier. So Solar, he just lures him out. Cuts workers at 56. And here comes wave 2. Solar, he's going to be committing in. Creator again trying to make a stand here. But he's out in the open. There's 1 shield battery. And the Immortal is going to be locked down. Oh, the Vials. Oh my god. As they shut down the site defense. And Solar just nobling out control. He breaks through the main defense, takes down the Stalkers, the Immortal. There's 1 DT in the mix, a handful of Stalkers left. But there's no shot we can defend the third. No shot. Time and time again, he's just going to knock it down. Zones back the army, takes down the third. And again, Creator, he had a really strong start to the series, but was having a little bit too much fun in Game 2 and Game 3. Game 2 going to Glaives, Game 3 going to Dark Templar, some quirkier builds, but high risk, high reward, and sometimes, I mean, there's a reason why it's a risk. Once they get scouted, they get shut down. And with that Solar, he has finally broken the natural. Oh, the Jesus, there's so many vials. GG gets caught, and Solar, he'll overwhelm, he'll break on through, and he will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to the Solar. He will claim the series. Again, Creator had a really strong start with Game 1, and then Game 2, Game 3, he was a little more reliant on hiding his tech, on being cheeky, on being cheesy. Game 2 going for the hidden and Glaive Adepts before his third expansion, and here in Game 3 going for the DT opener as well. These builds are very niche. They're very niche because if they get scouted, if they get spotted, then it is easier to shut them down. Just play it safe, open up with roaches, get your spores up and running, and with that, you just fall so far behind because of your late upgrades, your late tech, your late saturation as well. Everything is delayed in favor of either Glaive Adepts in Game 2 or Dark Templar in Game 3, and in neither scenario do they ever really pay for themselves. GG. GG, well played. With that, we do have our 2 finalists here. We have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Solar and herO. Let's go. Let us go. We have our grand finals. We are setting up. Beautiful. Okay, as a reminder, here he took down Reynor to make it to the finals. Meanwhile, Solar took down Creator, so both they did excel in their own respective PvZ matchup. And now they face off against each other. And again, there was no surprise when it comes to Solar series. Solar has been going for non-stop 3-base all-ins. 3-base all-in after 3-base all-in. We saw that against Creator, and I would imagine we're going to be seeing that against herO as well. We'll see if herO can meet him in that chaos, though. We'll see if he can embrace the chaos and be aggressive himself. He was able to do so against Reynor. We'll see how he compares to Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Oh, and welcome back to the Old Republic. Once again, this is a very large map, longer rush distance by ground, but once again does have a much more vulnerable and exposed 4th expansion. That is why we expect to see some 3-base play, some 3-base shenanigans out of Solar. We saw it against Creator, but if you remember, the reason why Creator did start things off with a very strong start in Game 1 was because of the early damage. Adept harass, Oracle harass, Creator, he popped off, he pulled Solar apart, and Solar, he stumbled his way into a 3-base all-in, which was very lackluster. We'll see if Solar can have a stronger defense. We'll see if herO does open up in a similar fashion or does go for something completely different. Again, herO, he is a little bit more diverse in his play. He is willing to be a little more quirky, a little more experimental at times as well. Show us what you got. That one kamikaze Zergling won the game. True, true. That one Ling that got into the main base that scouted the Twilight Council was a big moment for Solar. He was able to do so both in Game 2 and Game 3. In both games, Lings got in. Zerglings did get in. Not gonna lie, every time I intro the Old Republic, I want to play KOTOR again. Like I would. Like it's being remade, right? Am I crazy? Is there a remake coming? Am I crazy? Or is that just a rumor? Oh, there was a teaser a couple of years ago, but we haven't heard anything since. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So there was a teaser about it, but ever since then, radio silence. Smurge, man, smurge. I mean, I feel like the games, they still kind of hold up, right? It's like, tempted to replay them. Ah. But now though, it's gonna be, oh, okay, herO, you have my attention. It is gonna be a Stargate opener, but not opening up Oracle, gonna be opening up Phoenix instead. Okay, now with this, the goal is to what? Hunt down the Overlords. Hunt down the Overlords, deny vision, deny scouting, and keep a Solar in the dark. Not just that, but opening up Phoenix into Oracle does allow you to lift Queens and to potentially overwhelm mineral lines. It gives you a little bit more access, a little bit more potential, harassment potential. But we're opening up double Phoenix? Wait, what? Second Phoenix on the way. Going into one Phoenix is one thing, but he's not stopping Phoenix production. The Overlord will confirm that that's the second Phoenix. Remember, he just saw the first one with the Ling, so he knows. He knows that he's aware of the multiple Phoenixes, and he confirms there's a third Phoenix in production as well. Ay, ay, ay. It's like, the herO, this is not a TVP. This is what's going on? Triple Phoenix opener. Interesting. Now with this, we're hunting down Overlords, true. Already getting one, going for a second. Overlord will barely go down. Nice snipe. As herO does stop at 3. The interception. Oh my god. The Oracle barely gets away. Sorry, Phoenix barely gets away. We do have an Oracle follow-up. Getting to the Oracle and still hunting for more damage. But I'll be honest, this triple Phoenix opener didn't really achieve more than what a single Phoenix would have done itself. Hasn't done more damage. Instead, we have the Forge, we have the Robo follow-up. Going into a delayed Twilight Council. Interesting. As the Phoenix does go down. Oracle into the natural. Again, it feels like here is experimenting a little bit, but I'm not convinced. Oh, as the link count is not quite in position, but here it doesn't commit. Doesn't commit the shade, he pulls away. Tech is finishing up, and are we going for a delayed Archon drop? But it's heavily delayed because of the Phoenixes. And Solar, he's just all in. He's going for a Bane Bust. Like Solar, he stopped droning, by the way. He's not taking gases, cutting workers at 50. We have Mass Ling on the way. We have Mass Banelings on the way as well. And Solar, he's here to just end the game. And it makes sense. I mean, like, there's so much tech here. We have a Forge, Robotics Bay, Robo, Twilight Council. +1. The army is non-existent. This is the army. We have, what, 6 adepts? Ah, no. And we bust in. We break on through. We have sentries on the way. Banelings, they crash in. They don't quite kill the sentries. Jesus. Now robust. But here comes a full surround. Here comes a full surround. This is the army. Adepts are falling. Baneling gets into the mineral line, and there's just nothing. There's just nothing here. There's one Oracle. Because of the opener, there's only one Oracle. It's going to run out of energy. And I feel like this build is it's a little bit raw. Like, it's need some more time to cook, Papi. Aye. So winding it back, and why this is just really smart, it's just a really smart reaction out of Solar. Winding it back, because this was a triple Phoenix opener into an Oracle, because that what does that mean? That means there are less Oracles than normal. Because there are less Oracles than normal, that means that this Ling Flood does even more damage. How do you deal with this? Typically with the second and with the third Oracle. The Oracles, they completely shut this down, and that is why typically Ling aggression this early on is unsuccessful in ZVP. But with a lower Oracle count, because of the higher Phoenix counts, I mean, here is that much more vulnerable. Is that much more vulnerable? With that, he lost 15 probes. He lost the entire mineral line. Lings are moving back in. And again, this is just a really smart punish for Hero's build. And Hero's still being so, and then I mean the follow-up is even worse just because he's so greedy. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Things they move in. Oracles they're moving out across the map, which means these Lings they can still wreak havoc. The Colossus is on the way, but again, here he's stumbling his way into the mid-game. Stumbling his way in. Oracles, they get into the third. They get 3 drone kills. They get some damage, as spores have been delayed. And they will scout the Hydras. Now from here, Solar, he's droning. He's actually droning up his third and his fourth. So he's getting up to proper 4-base saturation, droning up to 80, getting further ahead, macroing up, building up, and getting to mass Ling Hydra. And there's no rush, right? Like Solar, he already has a lead, and I believe he did scout the first Colossus. If that's the case, honestly, Solar can just chill, get an Infestation Mitt, get a Hive, and take up into Vipers. We'll see what he goes for. We'll see if he just maxes out on Lair Tech, or if he does get into Hive. Again, I wouldn't be opposed to just getting Vipers, but Solar, he's done droning. Yeah, he's going to cut workers here at 80. That is 4-base saturation. He's got a solid economy. He is choosing not to take up into Hive and not to take up into Lurkers. It's purely Ling Bane Hydra. It's pure Ling Bane Hydra. There is a chance that Hero can make a stand here. With Colossus and Force Fields, it's possible, but he only has 1 sentry. Yeah, only 1 sentry. Force Fields are limited. If he had more sentries, then he could defend. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough hold. I mean, he still has 3 Colossus, true. Yeah, the Colossi, they rain down on Ling Bane. Bane's trying to work their way in. And they break into, they do bust into the Zealots. They bust into the mineral line. 15 probes going down. Once again, gets the mineral line, and he pulls away. Yeah, Solar pulls away. doesn't kill, but he does maim herO. Picks off all the zealots, and behind this, finally, we have the pit. Infestation gets thrown down and getting ready for hive tech. As we mentioned before, dealing with these colossus is not going to be easy, not without vipers. So this hive should be for viper production. And herO, he will hold, he will defend, but he still lost the mineral line. Thankfully, solo, he preserved his hydras. Hydras were preserved. Lurker tech is on the way. Building up into lurkers. From here, he is building up. And we're just going to wait until he maxes, essentially. We're just going to wait until Solo can max out. Lings, they attempt to trade. And we just have to wait for Hive Tech to kick in. Lurker upgrades. There we go. 11 Lurkers are morphing in. The Hive is done. There's Lurker range. Lack of Vipers is a little bit concerning, but you could argue that that Soul could just brute force it. He can just brute force it. Going to mass Lurker. Meanwhile, here he has a lot of storms. He has 5 High Templar. At least 5 storms. As Lurkers, they get in position. Colossus are looking for another way in. Lurkers are holding their own. And the center base is denied. Going for another Ling run by and a Ling counterattack. Colossus does take down the expansion. Does get the 5th. But here it still can't get a 4th base. Oh, Jesus. What's happening? That's happened a couple of times over there. That's I don't know if you noticed, but I think that's like the 3rd time that's happened this cast, maybe the 4th time. Like the camera just like spazzes out and just heads to the corner of the map. It's like, what? Aye. But here we go. So he's maxed. He's maxed out, catching an immortal. Hero's out of position. So ideally he wants Hero to push into him. As the Colossus, they're pushing forward. They're at least trying to. Once again, the base is under fire. And we're collapsing it. Yeah, we're trying to collapse it. Lings, they attempt to come in from behind. A little bit too late. Again, it's so difficult to engage this kind of Colossus-based army. Especially with our Vipers. Well, Lurkers are willing in. They borrow. Gets 1. Gets 1.5. Almost 2. Almost 2 Colossus. Oh, a massive clump of Lurkers go down. Solus is sending his own losses. He has to be careful. Again, this army is still terrifying. We're moving in, getting another expansion. It got 2 bases going down. Not bad. Hero keeps rotating. At the same time, Solo just going for the counterattack. Okay, he just commits. He just sends it across the map. Solo, he leaves the bad movement to defend, which means Hero, he can break through. Now pushes up the ramp, but lurkers are going down. Temple, they're so low. One more volley will bring them down. But here he breaks through the main army. At the same time, lurkers, they race back home to defend. And they will. Yeah, they will defend. One Colossus left. Down to one Colossus. 0 High Templar. 0 Storms. And Solo, he should barely have this. He should barely have this. Miss rally into the army. Into the lurkers. Solo, he's done it, man. It got very messy towards the end, for sure. Very messy. Oof. So that's a kill, not a cancel. Solo still bleeding out lurkers, still standing in the storms. Uh-oh. If Solo's not too careful, how many lurkers does he have left? 5. Only 5 lurkers remaining. At the same time, Hero doesn't really have much of an army either. We're getting messy, Packer. We're getting messy. Hero getting up to 5 Templar and 2 Colossus. I mean, the army here is actually still quite sturdy. Still quite capable, I should say. But he needs more time for storms. He's got 3. Lurkers, they zone away. Snipes the High Templar. And Sully's slowly getting up the ramp. Yeah, Lurker shots into the mineral line. High Templar going down. Picking up 2 more Templar. And Hero still just cannot expand. He's running out of money, running out of steam. Solo, he's re-expanding himself. Pulling back to lurkers. Another Colossus goes down to 1. 1 Colossus left. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Solar does take lead in the series. Again, a very quirky game 1. Winding it back. Remember, how did this game begin? It began with Hero opening up Triple Phoenix. It was crazy. He went for a Triple Phoenix opener, and because of the Triple Phoenix, Solo, he went for a massive Ling Flood. He was able to kill 15 probes with the Ling Flood, crippled the economy early on, and Solo was able to take a very comfortable lead from there. I will say that Hero did a great job at recovering. He was able to get into Colossus, High Templar, Storm to build up this death ball of an army. For the most part, Solo was in control, but towards the end, we saw that Hero, he was able to take his own fights, able to build up a death ball of his own, and actually trade well, if not out-trade Solar at times, making things much closer towards the end. Despite the awful start of Hero, did recover, but he was on a timer, as he never got a 4th. He never got a 4th base, could never maintain his economy. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting to game 2. Going to be loading into Tourmaline. Oh boy, another one of these more maps that does favor aggression. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing T1. Oh. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is a Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg player himself, representing Team Falcons. It is a Solar. Go. Here we go. Here we go. From here, Solo going hatch into his standard opener. Likewise, so is Hero. Setting up, we're settling in. Hello. Wait, what? My apologies. As Hero, he's setting up on the high ground. Huh. Okay. You have my attention. herO being a little bit quirky here. Because of the high ground setup, it does mean that his natural is going to be more exposed. He's going for the gate, cyber, expand. With a very exposed natural. I'm curious if he's going to try to force an overreaction. Now, because of this opener, when the Overlord arrives, the Overlord is going to check the ramp, is going to check this area, and we'll see the lack of any buildings, and that may kind of flare up some alarms. And Solo might believe that there's a proxy. So we'll see how Solo reacts. For now, hatch gas pool, standard opener. Solo pokes in. But again, the low ground is going to be so much more open and vulnerable and just weaker, and this is crazy. It's insane. Is he just going to have the tech here at the natural? Solo checks, yeah, he goes in. I mean, he won't see whether or not Warp Gate is being researched, I suppose. But yeah, he gets eyes on the natural. Not true. I mean, the Overlord is going to be lured out. Take some extra hits. Sentry's on the way for the hallucination. But yeah, this is crazy. So once again, winding back, because the initial production buildings are in the main base, like there's no SimCity here. There's just no SimCity. Twilight Council's in the main as well, going for a crazy Twilight Council opener. I feel like he's just asking Sol to all in him, right? Sol, does he pull out? He does. Okay, he pulls out of gas, getting his third. So Solo's not going for early roaches. Now we get 2 extra gateways here. A Link Scout will confirm this. And even though Solo won't see the Twilight Council because the Overlord just got killed, he will see the gateway, so he knows that it's ground-based, right? He knows that there's a Twilight Council. Like this is a tell. This many gateways this early on, because he knows there's one in the main. And it's going to be a 2-base charge all in. Okay. Yep, Solo he pokes in, he sees the gateways, it's a full, almost a full wall. But again, that is a tell. Going charge into DTs? Okay. I don't know what's going on anymore, Pappy. What's happening? Este herO. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I mean, this means that we have Archon support as well after the Dark Templars, after they do their thing. We just had a hallucination, no force field. Yeah, Sentry's exposed, and the Sentry will go down. Oh, barely saved. Clutch save there by herO. Clutch save. Hallucination goes in. There's the early Roach Warren. Yep, very early here. This was at 3:30, like 3:30ish Roach Warren timing. Lings are flooding across the map. Solar, he's not droning. He's going for a 2-base all in himself. So 2-base all in out of Solar. Who hits first? Now herO, he got what he wanted, right? Like I feel like this is what you expect. If you're herO, you're expecting this kind of reaction. And because of this reaction, there is no lair. True, but so there won't be detection with the main army. DT's warping in. Tableau moves out, so it gets surrounded. Takes down the Stalker. Dark Templar, they're getting there. Back at home, lair has begun. Solar, he's re-droning. I mean, he sees the third base, so he's like, okay, so you're droning up, you're getting a third. Something is wrong, but now I have to drone myself. So Solar, he does not tunnel vision. Dark Templar get deflected, and I mean that's the end of the Dark Templar. That's they don't get much damage done. Now, if Solar had skipped his spores, then sure, but he didn't. Spores are up and running. Solar's fine. And we do see herO going into Coloss. It feels like hero's freestyling. I'll be honest. Like this is crazy. Going charge. Like what did early charge achieve? He didn't even warp in any zealots. There's no zealots. What was the point of I mean, obviously the point of charge is in the mid game. We're gonna get into charge lots, but like, why did we have to get it so quickly? So we have charge just cause, okay. Bay's on the way. Getting into Colossus, building up the Immortals, Immortal Archon, charge, Colossus +1, let's go. And he's building up into a robust mid-game eventually. He's getting there. Ay, ay, ay. Uh-oh, here comes Overlord Speed. Solar, he's running up to 3 bases, cutting workers at 66, getting a 4th base just for Larva. We spoke about this at the start of the game, but Tourmaline is known for all-ins, is known for hyper-aggressive Zerg builds, and Solar's going for the German Taxi. So German Taxi out of Solar. Is Hero just going to topple over and die? Like, this is very similar to last game. What did we say about last game? Last game, Hero was so tech-heavy. Like, he had invested so much money into tech. Same here. Bay, Dark Shrine, Twilight Council, Charge, Forge, Blink, Immortal production, Colossus production, Thermal Lance. Now you have the Gateway Explosion, and here comes the all-in. And Hero barely has an army because he's just invested so much into his tech. And because of the late third, of course. But okay, let's go. We'll see if Hero can make a stand. We have a Banelings here on the left-hand side. Baneling speed is not going to be done in time for this. Unless Solo waits. And here we go. Solo, he's collapsing in from behind. Rushing forward. Bailey's they will crash into the Colossus. He wants it. Oh my god, massive connections. Colossus is very low. And one more volley goes down. Yeah, Colossus goes down, and Immortal as well. The boys are being pulled. Oh. And with that final Colossus, can Hero barely hold on? Nah, not even. Yeah, reinforcements, they collapse on the army, and Solo, he breaks the 3rd base. Again, this is a crazy build by Hero. It was crazy, Pappy. Once again, it was just really tech heavy. Solo, he does kite back. 20 probe kills. Gets 20 workers. The Hero, technically, he survives, but he lost his mineral line. He lost 20 probes. And Solo, he's backing off, and here comes wave 2. So round 2 is coming. Now, what's Hero going to have to defend? He's going to have a 2nd Colossus. He's going to have +2. He'll have a couple of force fields. I mean, that's what the Ravagers are for. It's going to be 5 Ravagers with the main army. We're getting to Disruptor. Let's go. We got Disruptors on the way in PvZ. Bappy, he's lost his mind. Oh my god. Yeah, as we commit in, those are the final force fields. Banelings, they crash into the sentries, and Hero should not be able to defend against this. Should not be able to hold on. Again, this build was crazy, Bappy. And there's contamination as well. We will not see the Disruptor. The contamination. Boys are being pulled, the final boys. Morling Bane rushing in, going for the final Colossus. The Disruptor may pop out once the contamination runs out, and GG gets called, and Solar, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very quirky build here out of Hero. I'm curious as to what he wanted out of the response. Once again, when it came to his opener, part of me feels like maybe he was hoping that he would force an overreaction out of Solar, and he kind of did. If you remember, Solar, he went for a massive Link Flood early, an early Roach push. He went for 330 Roach Horn timing, and Solar didn't really achieve much with it. But Solar, once he realized that Hero was getting a 3rd base, he was pretty quick to drone up. Like, I'm really happy to see that Solar, he was very fast to drone and react and not commit to too much of an early all-in. So he did invest quite heavily into Ling Roach, but then he realized, oh, you're getting up to 3 bases, let me just back off, drone up a little bit, get up to 3 base saturation, and then go for a 3 base all-in instead. So he went for the 3 base all-in, went for the Ling Bane Roach Ravager instead. Meanwhile, Hero, he was maybe hoping for a bigger reaction. Obviously, he opened up DT and hoping for some damage there as well, but because the opener was quirky, there was already spores in position, so DTs didn't achieve anything. We had early charge, nothing was done with that. We actually, did we ever warp in any zealots? Now that I think about it, I don't think we ever did. So yeah, that was research for some reason. Again, Hero was just really tech heavy on 3 bases. That's why his army was non-existent. GG, well played. That was crazy. Pappy, we're making Disruptors at the end. You almost never see Disruptors in PvZ nowadays, like in the current meta, in current StarCraft. It's crazy. Okay, let's go. We're loading into game 3. I appreciate that Solar, in his mind, he's like, mate, I don't know what the hell you're doing. I'ma just all in you. It's like, okay, it works, it works. He's like, Papi, you do you, okay? I'ma just kill you. I don't even want to try to understand what you're doing. And here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner. Oh, hello. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing T1, down heavily in the series. We'll see where he takes us. He's crazy, papi. He is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg player himself representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. As herO, using the worker path, he's able to get across the map, able to delay, able to block the natural, and with that we see Solar forsake the not even forsake the unnatural natural. Nice juke, nice jive. Solar, he was able to expand on location, and with that Solar is able to have a bit of a more comfortable start. Meanwhile, welcome to Celestial Enclave. Celestial Enclave, for the first time tonight, actually, for the first time this broadcast, we have a very secure natural, true, with the high ground. So very secure natural base. We have a third base as well as a pocket. Usually this is saved for a 4th or a 5th. So you want to save this for a bit of a later expansion later on in the mid game, in the mid to late game as well. But it's going to be a very safe expansion to eventually take into. And in general, you can turtle up quite nicely here in your corner of the map. Things will get more complicated once you want to get a 5th base. So you have your natural, your main base, your linear 3rd expansion, and of course your pocket base. But outside of that, it can be quite difficult to actually expand and get a 5th, get a 6th base. That's when things get a little bit more difficult as the turtling player. Now, coming into this, I will say that these 3 base all-ins that Soul's been going for are weaker on Celestial Enclave, but something that is going to be accessible to him is Muta play, right? Spire into Mutas is definitely going to be a viable option here on Celestial Enclave, so that's going to be in the forefront of my mind. Meanwhile, what the hell's herO going to do? Because he's been crazy this entire series. Like, I don't... It's been an animal battle. See, this guy herO plays to confuse the casters. That's all that matters to him. I would push back against that. Usually herO makes sense. Like, we cast a lot of herO. We cast herO almost on a daily basis here. Like, herO, his builds make sense. They're usually very aggressive. I will say, for the first time in a long time, game 2 and even game 1, herO did not make sense. Like, especially game 2. Like, what was the plan? I would want to ask him. Like, in my mind, I'm thinking like maybe. No, like it was just like if it goes unscouted. No, like even then, I don't know, Pappy. I feel like the only scenario where he's able to make game 2 work is if there are no spores. If there's no spores, if the DCs get damaged, then maybe he goes for the Zealot counterattack and the Zealot follow-up, and then he can end the game with Charge or Archon after dealing damage. But you are so heavily reliant on your DTs like popping off. And again, he's so heavily reliant on his opponent not having a lair. We spoke about it at the time, right? We spoke about how I'm still talking about game 2. We spoke about how in game 2, like the purpose is to force like a Ling Roach all in early, which will be lair based, sorry, which will be hatch tech based, and then you hit them with the DTs, right? And that's where you catch them off guard. Like, I think that was the point. I think that was the plan. Maybe. Anyway, Twilight Council, Glaive Adepts. We're just setting it. We didn't even care anymore. We don't even care. This looks like a 2-base, sorry, I was gonna say 2-base all in 4-gate. So 4-gate glaives out of herO, very committed. You can see he actually has pulled back in a gas on one of those gas geysers, which means he could even go glaives plus DTs or glaives and a 5th and 6th gateway as well. Remember, there's no robo, true. There's no robo with this, there's no War Prism. We're just warping in from home. Yep, he pulls back in. So I feel like this has to be either a Dark Shrine or extra gateways. Otherwise, why do we have so much gas? Is he expanding? Oh, never. Okay, he's expanding. Okay. Okay, here. Let's go. Let's go. Solo, I believe, scouted everything, right? Yeah, he saw the Twilight Council, we saw the gateways. Solo is fully aware of back at home. We have a Roach Horn on the way, we have Lings amassing, Queen's getting in position, Roach production has begun. Solo, he is ready for what's to come here, and herO does not even have glaives. He's Vanilla Adepts. He needs 10 more seconds. So we have, hold on, we have we have 4 gate glaives without a warp prism, which means we can't reinforce, which means we're not warping in extra adepts, and we're going into double Stargate. Like, this is another example of this is hero freestyling 100%. Like, this is not a thing. Like, this, it was such a big investment. Like, why finish glaives? Like, what like the glaives, they achieve nothing here, and now we're switching, and now we're hard switching, which means we're skipping warp ins. And so he's knocking down the front door. Oh no. Sola's knocking down the rocks. herO doesn't know. herO, he's getting into +1 air attack. He's getting into mass void ray, maybe. Mass phoenix. Mass oracle, sure. Okay. Adepts are achieving some damage, but Sola doesn't care. Sola doesn't care. He's defending with his reinforcements. No mining here at the 3rd. Adepts, they cancel the shade, and Sola, he busts in. He busts down the front door. There's no shield batteries. No shield batteries to defend. Lings, they do pull away. They respect the Adepts. Nice movement here by Solar. He pulls away with Lings, going for the side defense. Oof. Lings, they go for the shield battery. Roaches for the Adepts. Oracles are going to be able to defend, true. Oracles, they focus on the rabbit. Oh no! Oh my god. Does dodge the vials. But the mineral line is going down. Yeah, he takes out the mineral line. Lings, they can flood into the main. Boys are being pulled. Back at home, Adepts are being defended against. Yeah, we have reinforcements. The Adepts are shut down. Solar, he breaks into the main. Yeah, and with that, I mean, there's nothing here. 25 dead workers. We can see the Solar is just a massive opening here into the bases. We just keep on rallying. The Oracles will eventually clean this up with the NG overcharge. But this is game-ending damage. This is game-ending 29 probe kills. Surrounds the Adept. Once again, it gets into the mineral line. Oh. Nice movement out of Solar. Rallying together his roaches. Going for the pylons. Yeah, slice the pylons. Depowers more gateways. Going for the cyber core to ensure that there are no more Adepts. And the Oracles are out of NG. They just can't do anything. There's the overcharge. And the Oracles, they just look down on the devastation. Look down on the Ling Roach. The Oracle looks at herO. It's like, Pappy, what were we doing? What was going on? It was like, man. Oh no. And with that, Solar's just chilling. Solar, he's droning, he's saturating his 3rd base, going into Hydras, going to Roach Hydra. Solar can just calm down. Now, if Solar doesn't respect the amount of Oracles that there are, then he could lose quite a bit. So thankfully, he's getting his spores and getting a 2nd spore in the main. So 2nd spore, ooh, cancels, never mind. Cancels the spore, Hydras are amassing. And he should have anti-air. These Oracles shouldn't get much done. And we're going to mass Phoenix, by the way. herO wall. Well, this wasn't a herO wall because the rocks were knocked down. It's not a herO wall. But yeah, this is the most question mark herO series that I think I've ever seen. Like, again, like usually when it comes to hero's builds, like even herO going mass oracle into +1 charge makes sense. Like that's a build. Like that's a build that we see. Even when herO freestyles a little bit when it comes to his like blink timings or when it comes to his charge timings, like there's still like rationale there. Like herO, he just lost his mind this series. Like, God, it's conch, papi. It's crazy. I think the nonsense peaked in game 2 though. Like this is crazy as well. Now maybe this one as well, true. Well, I think game 2 was peak nonsense. Only just. Only just more than this one. As the Hydras, they kill everything. They kill all the Oracles. The Phoenixes are falling as well. Almost nothing left in the air. And Solar, he can just rally. Just rally in. Takes down the Adepts. Takes down whatever is left. And with that, Solar looking to take a clean series here, 3-0. But the series itself was anything but clean. GG gets called, and Solar will take the series 3-0. He'll become this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. That's all I have to say about that series. That was crazy. Again, it feels like over time, like herO, his builds are making less sense. Again, game 2 was the wildest one, going for the high ground setup with the high ground gate into Cybercore, into Twilight Council with low ground 2 gates. Like I'm still thinking about game 2, to be honest. Like game 2 is still, I'm losing my mind. But again, I appreciate that Solar, even if he didn't necessarily know what was going on or why anything was happening, I appreciate that Solar, he was still really quick to just like, you know, lock in and be like, you know what, I don't really know what you're doing. I'm gonna just like drone up to 2 bases and just make roaches and just be safe. And that's what happened. Like this. Of course, at times he would counterattack. Like for example, game number 2, we saw that he did try to all in herO early, and then when he was really quick to realize that herO was expanding, and it was like, oh, okay, you're expanding. I'm gonna drone up. I'm gonna back off, drone up, get a lair, get detection. DTs did no damage, and then Solar was able to turn that into a 3-base all in. Here in game 3, herO had a crazy build going into Glaive Adepts, but remember, it was Glaive Adepts without a Robo. There was no Robo. There was 4 gates Glaives without a Robo, without a Warp Prism. So even though he warped in the first wave of Adepts, there was no second wave. Like, it was very committed, but also uncommitted at the same time. Like, there was a lot devoted into the Adepts, but he just didn't warp in because it was trying to switch into mass Oracle, trying to switch into double Stargate, which left him vulnerable to the all-in of Solar. And Solar didn't even know what was happening. He didn't even know what herO was doing in the aftermath. Didn't matter. He was it was just going for his own roach all-in counterattack to punish the Adepts, and it all worked out. GG well played. I'm sure as the series ended, Solar, he was like, the hell just happened? Like, I guarantee that he doesn't even know what was going on. But GG well played with that. Congratulations to Solar as it does claim the series. And again, shout out to herO, because this is the most chaotic that I've seen herO in a while. Like, as I mentioned before, and I stand by it, like herO, his builds usually make sense. Like, even if he's hyper aggressive, even if he's a little bit more experimental at times, like usually like there's a lot of rationale behind it, and you can see the reasoning behind it as well. But I can't with any confidence say that about this series. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. But GG well played. GG well played. Congratulations here to Solar. Out of curiosity, what does the Glaives upgrade do? In the past, Glaives used to bounce. It used to like ricochet off units and do bonus damage as a result of that. That was removed, and now it does attack, or it does change attack speed. Attack rates is maybe a better way of putting it, to increase the amount of damage output of the Adepts so they can pop off, especially against other Lings, especially against Queens, against all units, is a very committed upgrade, especially because Glaive Adepts don't really scale too well into a longer game. But in the past, they were crazy. In the past, they used to bounce. Like, it was wild. seeing the Glaives bounce between units, it was insane. That was early Legacy. I think that was very quickly patched out, right? It's like maybe the first or second patch after Legacy was released. Was changed. But Adepts, they definitely had their time in the sun early on. Whew. But with that, GG. With that, GG well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up. Here for the time being, as we are done for the evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Quickly heading on over here, exclamation mark. Oh, I was gonna say be in the chat. We have our schedule. We have our weekly schedule here. We're just wrapped up with the Wednesday evening cast with the WardiTV Monday, and of course we're gonna be live tomorrow morning with the Turtle Tussle. That's gonna be tomorrow morning. We have the Pondcast tomorrow as well. I still have to listen to the interview. There was a GGG interview that Zombie Grub hosted recently. It was a long one as well. So I have to look into that. I have to get around to listening to. I think it's like 2 hours or something. It's a long one. So I have to get around to catching up with that interview. Of course, we'll be discussing that during the podcast. We have Kung Fu Cup as well on Friday, Saturday, and we have Tuna Cup on Sunday. I might slow things down a little bit here. I've been really struggling to get any sleep. Like, even now, like, I'm gonna go spend time with the bunnies. Gonna spend some time with them. But sleep has been a dire resource here on the CranKy Ducklings. So we'll see what we do with the Kung Fu Cup casts. We might try to get some extra sleep or something. We'll see how we feel. As oh god, especially today, especially during the Pickerstar Cup. Sorry, Pickerstar Cup broadcasts are starting late because of daylight savings, and because they start late, I only had 4 hours in between Pickerstar Cup and this cast. Only 4 hours of like break in between. Whereas usually I try to sleep, I try to like nap in between, but I couldn't for this one. So yeah, we might change something about Wednesdays. Might change something, but otherwise, as you can see, we have our weekly schedule. We are usually live every single day, and as you can see, sometimes multiple times a day as well. We were live earlier this morning with Pickerstar Cup. That was another weekly open tournament. The Turtle Tussle is a bi-weekly, a fortnightly open cup. That's going to be in around 10 hours. No, 10-ish hours time. Of course, we have the podcast, which is a weekly talk show. Where we talk all things StarCraft. That's why I did just mention that Zombie Go had an interview recently. We're probably going to be discussing that this week. Meanwhile, we have the Tuna Cup, which is another open cup. We have the OSC events. We have the Kung Fu Cup and many other broadcasts as well. So plenty of content. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. More StarCraft than Steadfast. More StarCraft than Wardy. We pride ourselves in the amount that we cast. But I will say that in recent months, specifically over the past like 2 months, we've been slowing things down a little bit and getting some more rest and easing up a little bit in casting. It was very common, very often, that we would do like 2 casts a day every single day, sometimes even 3 casts a day, sometimes even 4 casts a day. But now, like, we're having like a couple of days here and there where we only cast once, like once a day sort of thing, where we're easing up. I appreciate it. It's been 5 years of non-stop casting, so it's nice to have a little bit of like a leaner day here or there. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Let's go. Let us go. Who can we raid? Trigger is live. Oh, that's the Trigger. I see Trigger live. Snake Style is live. Lambo just went live. Esther Lambo. I might give some love to Trigger. Lambo, he usually gets a lot of he's very popular. He gets a lot of viewership. Trigger less so. So we'll give him some love. Oh, he's off racing. That's what. God damn it, Trigger. He's off racing as Terran. SMH my hedge. I will give him some love. Otherwise, with that, thanks for watching. I'm gonna be heading off. Gonna get some rest. Gonna take the bunnies out and maybe post on Discord about them. But we'll see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. If you want to follow us, you can do so on the socials, !socials in the chat. We can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. !socials. And we also have !Patreon as well. Our Patreon, our Patreon does fund our tournaments. It funds our weekly tournaments and our monthly tournaments as well. It's all funded via Patreon. You can help us grow those tournaments and help boost the prize pool and help support the players, if you wish, via Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our current patrons. We currently have almost reached our next goal of 670 USD a month. That is our monthly goal. Just under the schedule, you can see the bar. So you can help support us there. Otherwise, thank you so much. Shout out to sordo for the raid, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. See you then. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.